Thanks, Senator. Steering this boat.
Oh, yeah. Well, I don't know which way it's going to get steered. So this morning, all right, we'll call the meeting to order. Apologies for the lateness. Lots going on in the Capitol, and we had to get all our electronics up and ready to go. So we have Representative Armberger online. Anybody else online that we know of? Who? Oh, okay. Senator Holscher is online. All right. Well, welcome to the committee. We had a lot of new information for us last time, and I believe we left with a lot of questions. So today, since it's some people were learning things about 4D and non-4D for the first time, we're going to have Sade give us just a little bit of a review to get our minds back to where we left, and then hear a little bit more information about the history of child supportment and a little more information on the district court trustees area. So with that, we shall begin, and we will begin with Sade Kane, fiscal analyst for the Kansas Legislative Research Department. Good morning. We'll like to ask everyone, I think many of you know, but sometimes we forget that if you are speaking, make sure your button is pressed so that those online can hear you.
Good morning, committee. First, I would like to draw your attention to several documents. The first two documents you should see are in response to information requested at the October 19th meeting related to DCF's relationship with the Department of Labor. So that's the Kansas new hire process document. and information on Kansas tribal 4D cases. So that's the second document that you should have. Both of these documents were provided by DCF in response to questions from last committee meeting. Next, you should have a blue document, KLRD's Child Support Enforcement Primer. I will be going over this after I introduce a few more documents, just so we can cover all the documents at the same time. The next document is the History of Child Support Enforcement Privatization. After the memo, a chart outlining the state's comprehensive automated eligibility and child support enforcement system is next, and that one is from an audit entitled Cases, released in January 1990, so that would be prior to privatization, and we'll talk a little bit about that document during that presentation. And the last one is a performance audit report examining child support enforcement activities in Kansas. So this report was done immediately prior to privatization of child support enforcement. But I'm going to start with the blue document with the Child Support Enforcement Primer. This memo provides an overview of child support enforcement, including a discussion of the role of the federal government and state agencies in child support, details of the Kansas child support system, and changes made during the review of child support guidelines in 2020. It also includes an analysis of the evaluation that Midwest Evaluation and Research conducted and presented on last meeting. The first 4 pages of the primer outline the role of the federal government and state agencies. Historically, the first federal law regarding child support enforcement was the Social Security Act amendments of 1950, which required state welfare agencies to contact law enforcement officials when providing abandoned children with assistance via the Aid to Families with Dependent Children program, what we now know as TANF. On page 2, the last major federal law on child support enforcement was the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996. It established the Federal Case Registry and the National Directory of New Hires. And a bit of that was addressed in DCF's response regarding relations with the Department of Labor. The directory tracks delinquent parents across state borders and required employers to report all new hires to the directory. The act also streamlined and expanded withholding procedures, mandated states to adopt Uniform Interstate Family Support Act, and created a voluntary paternity establishment form, and provided other changes as well that are listed in the document. The bottom of page 2 describes a description of 4D and non-4D. 4D cases are those either assigned to the state 4D agency because a party involved receives public assistance under certain federal programs, or because the parties voluntarily sought assistance from the state 4D agency, which in the state of Kansas's case is the Department for Children and Families. Cases in which the parties are not required to or do not voluntarily use the child support services of the state 4D agency are called non-4D cases. In these cases, child support is established and maintained privately. On page 3, the role of the state agency is explained. States have flexibility in determining their child support guideline model. There are 3 generally used, and Kansas uses the income shares model, which is the most popular and is used in 40 states. This model is based on the idea that a child should receive the same proportional amount from each parent that they would if the parents lived together. Page 4 outlines establishment and enforcement methods. Essentially, this explains where a state falls on the administration and/or judicial spectrum. This is determined by 3 elements: the forum, the presiding officer, and attorney of involvement. More court-like elements lean judicial, and Kansas has a judicial model. Additionally, states have a variety of enforcement tools available, such as income withholding, tax refund interception, and seizure of assets. The bottom of page 4 addresses privatization, which we will discuss in more detail in the next presentation. Page 5 outlines key actors and related duties in Kansas. This page is from March 2021, prior to the new contracts discussed at the last meeting. So you can see how the contracts had been before those contracts were into place on page 5. Pages 6 through 7 outline child support process statutes. Also on page 6, the Kansas Child Support Guidelines were updated in 2020. The guidelines are reviewed by an advisory council, and the major changes in the last update are listed on page 8. At the bottom of page 8 begins to address the computer system. As mentioned at our last meeting, DCF is in the process of replatforming the system, and we will discuss other historical components to replatforming in the next presentation as well. A summary of the Midwest Evaluation and Research Report begins on pages 9 through 15. As they reported at the last meeting, the 3 high-priority recommendations were to maximize the potential of privatization contracts, update the ks computer system, and modernize the Kansas 4D program. More detail on these 3 recommendations can be found on page 10. Finally, pages 15 through 19 provide data on total distributions, total arrearages due, incentive payments, and data points for Kansas and comparative states for fiscal years 2015 through 2019. And I'm happy to answer any questions on the primer.
Questions for Sade? Yes, Representative Delbert.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Back to when you were talking about the replatforming of the computer systems is on page 8. The paragraph I'm looking at gets into since 2013, they've been planning it. They began fundraising in 2019. As of July 2020, they expect the planning, procurement, blah, blah, blah. But where does this sit now? Is it done? Has it started? Is it in the future 10 years from now? Where are we at?
Yes, Madam Chair, the agency started the replatforming process during the fall or a few months ago. So it has begun and it is not finished at this point.
Is there an expected completion date?
I can find that out for you.
Thank you.
I guess I'm trying to understand the gap between the 2013 and that just starting now. Was there a reason for that gap? Seems like 2013 was a long time ago.
I can find that out as well.
Okay, thank you. Any other questions? Yes. Representative Humphries.
Thank you, Madam Chair. On the chart on page, the first chart of all the charts that you gave us, on page 15, the total amount of collections, and you say both TANF and non-TANF families. So is that 4D and non-4D? Is that how you could also have said that? Or
Madam Chair, no, this is all 4D, but some cases are public assistance, TANF, and others. So this is just TANF versus other public assistance or cases that do not have any public assistance but have elected to be 4D.
okay, thank you. And do we have the total amount of collections on non-4D?
Madam Chair, to my understanding, the agency does not track that because it would be the court trustees or other entities that are providing that, and the federal government only collects information on the 4D programming.
Okay, so, just to make sure I understand, we don't have any idea about those collections.
I can find out for you, but
Okay.
to my understanding, at this point, no.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So to follow up on that, if it's 4D, the feds will monitor, but we as a state on non-4D have chosen not to monitor. Is that what I hear?
Madam Chair, that is the assumption that I am under.
Okay, thank you. Other questions? All right, anyone online? All right. Well, then, could you just briefly go over the Kansas Tribal 4D paper you handed to us?
Okay.
And what makes them different?
I will have to find that out for you.
Okay. So was this something that you just found somewhere in a document?
This was provided by DCF.
DCF?
Yes.
Okay. All right, you can come back to us on that. Thank you. Yes, Senator Straub.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Going back to page 15 again with those total distributions, as Representative Humphreys had asked, how are those states selected? Because just with a quick search, Tennessee has a population of over double that of Kansas. So looking at these numbers like this, I think maybe it can kind of be misleading. What are the percentages in comparison to populations?
Madam Chair, the Midwest Evaluation and Research LLC did choose these states, and at the last committee meeting, I believe that they mentioned that it had no rhyme or reason to it. They just randomly chose some states, but it wasn't based on population or geographic location.
And you gave us, we had that incomplete document at our last meeting, but you have provided a complete document to everyone on the committee. Thank you. Other questions? See none, we'll move on to the presentation on the history of child support enforcement privatization. Charday.
Okay. This memo provides an overview. Oh, I'm on the green memo now. Provides an overview of the privatization of child support enforcement within Kansas, including general background information and legislative division of post-audit reports released. Under Governor Graves, the Kansas Department of Social and Rehabilitation Services privatized the collection of child support payments in 2005. Establishing paternity and support orders remained state functions of the department until 2013, when Governor Brownback's administration moved to a fully privatized enforcement and collection model. There were 2 LPA reports conducted related to child support that were related to the topic that we're looking at in this committee. The first being the Comprehensive Automated Eligibility and Child Support Enforcement System. This was a report done in January of 1990. 15 years prior to the privatization of child support payments, the LPC conducted an audit. One of the questions for this audit included, why has the system cost more and taken longer to implement than initially planned? Prior to the system, the state used manual data and paper to conduct the 2 components of this system, automated eligibility and child support enforcement. Automated eligibility, the system automated calculations for eligibility determinations and benefit amounts. It also automatically generated notices to clients about approval, denial, and reinstatement of benefits. And for the child support enforcement piece, the system was also used to manage cases. It contained information about employment status, paternity data, and other information. So prior to this, the 2 pieces were completely separate, and in this 1990 report, they had just compiled them both into one computer system. And this chart, the state system for processing child support enforcement and public assistance cases, I just provided this as more information. It was in the report, and it shows what the system or what the process was before cases was implemented and then what it looked like after. On the judicial branch side and for the Department of Social and Rehabilitation Services. The audit found the system took longer to complete than planned because the department underestimated the amount of time required to add the medical benefits program to the system, as well as the amount of time needed for testing. The other audit, examining child support enforcement activities in Kansas, 1996, in February, it was published, and the questions were, how effective is the child support enforcement system in Kansas, and is the child support enforcement system in Kansas designed to collect child support payments at the lowest possible cost? And the executive summary for this report is included in your packet of materials as well. The findings for the report are all included, but I'm going to touch on a few of them that were most pertinent to what's going on in Kansas now, or related to the changes that could or did take place after the audit was done. First being conflicts between the department and the Office of Judicial Administration and court trustees appear to have had a negative impact on the effectiveness of the program at that time. Most of the conflict relate to issues of accountability and who the department has to contract with for enforcement services. Part of the problem stems from the existence of two apparently conflicting statutes regarding enforcement services. Other conflicts seem to stem from a lack of clear and mutually agreed upon performance expectations. And because of its concerns related to accountability, the department plans to seek bids for enforcement services in the last half of fiscal year 1996. The next one being department staff. We surveyed, offered a number of reasons why they thought the program wasn't as effective as it could be. Custodial parents were surveyed and also identified problems such as the department giving a higher priority to public assistance cases, the child support enforcement process taking too long, and department and court trustee staff not always being responsive to the calls and questions. So this was in 1996 again. So maybe not the same issues that we're having now, but just as a historical background of what was going on when privatization took place. And the last big picture point is 5 comparison states have somewhat different structures for their child support enforcement programs, but those that contract with private agencies usually contract for more extensive child support enforcement services than Kansas. Those states were contacted were happy with the work private companies were doing, but the contracts weren't necessarily more cost efficient. So before I go deeper, are there any questions? I'll ask Dan for questions unless you want me to keep going.
So we didn't save any money, and it doesn't look like we improved our system.
The report is for other states and what they presented. So other states said that they felt like they were happy with the contracts, but that they wasn't cost efficient. So not necessarily for Kansas, but that's what other states reported to LPA.
Thank you. Representative Delperdane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I've got 2 questions here, but I guess one of them, before I even lead into it, for 1996, is it just strictly for historical purposes? I mean, has there been anything really since, or is that the last real audit that we had?
Madam Chair, this is the last audit related to child support enforcement and collection.
Okay, so
Specifically.
25 years ago. Okay, so then the questions, and this is on bottom of page 2, and this is strictly for my grammatical issues, nothing direct at you, but the second to the bottom bullet point, conflicts between the department and official Office of Judicial Administration, the course trustees appear to have had negative impact. Have, meaning they currently have a negative impact, or had, meaning they used to, but it no longer? Which one is it?
Have had, meaning in 1996, they had.
So they used to, it was a had, it was a past then.
Yes, not necessarily saying that they're not now. I'm not sure of what their relationship is now, but at the time, there was some negative connotations between the two.
Okay. And then one more if I may, but in the last bullet item, upon the review of 159 cases, 1 in 5 had problems. That's 20%. In your professional opinion, is that pretty high? Is that normal?
I'm not sure, but I can go into that a little bit more if you'd like, as we get into the report.
Other questions? Anyone online? All right, seeing none, we'll move on. This time, we will have an overview of the non-4D child support payment collections. We have Harold Shorn, the District Court Trustee, 9th Judicial District Court of Harvey and McPherson Counties. Welcome, Mr. Shorn. Looking at your. See how much time we have allowed for you.
I don't think I'm going to be too long.
Okay. Yeah, I think we're good. Go ahead, continue. Welcome to the committee.
Well, thank you. Senator Kermel again and other committee members, I thank you for allowing me to be here today. My name is Harold Shorn. I'm the District Court Trustee of the 9th Judicial District. Can everyone hear me okay, or do I need to get closer? This is fine. Okay.
You can raise the mic if you want. There you
Okay.
go. Wherever it's comfortable.
Okay. A review what this committee is directed to do and accomplish, and I must say thank you and praise you all for this difficult undertaking. The issues that your committee is tasked to address are complicated and cannot be easily remedied. A part of your study is the District Court Trustee, and you're raising questions here about it, and I and the other District Court Trustees agree that complete understanding of child support in Kansas and how to improve them.
You might back up just a little.
Okay.
If you get too close, you pop.
Okay. Sorry, I don't do this very often. Is this
All right.
is this okay?
That's fine. Yes,
Okay.
sir. That's good.
In fact, I hate doing this, but that's
all
fine.
right. All right.
So, thank you again. But as you recall, at the last meeting, Carl Wheeler, the District Court of Sedgwick County, gave you a presentation about the District Court Trustee. I'd just like to expand on that. As he spoke from one of the larger offices, I'm going to speak to you about from one of the smaller offices. The judicial district I represent or responsible for is Harvey and McPherson County. I've lived in Newton, which is in Harvey County, all my life, except when I was obtaining my degrees, math and philosophy degrees from Benedictine College, which is in Atchison, and then my law degree out of Washburn Law School here in Topeka. I maintain general law practice from 1984 with an emphasis in domestic relations law. And then I became the Deputy District Court Trustee in 2002, and then the District Court Trustee in 2013, which is a position I currently hold. My predecessor, Charles Prather, started a trustee program in 1986 for this judicial district. He served as District Court Trustee from that time until his death in 2013. From this early beginning to now, this trustee office provides the same enforcement and modification services of child support orders that you're currently reviewing. In fact, from 1990 to 2013, this trustee office was also providing these same services under 4D contracts, the same type of contracts that you're currently discussing and reviewing. That is, for 23 years, this trustee office was providing enforcement and modification services in both 4D and non-4D type cases. As a result, everyone who had a child support case in this judicial district knew exactly who to call, and that would be our office. There was little confusion about child support during that time period. Also, I always thought, a good working relationship between my staff and the 4D program staff. I guess there's always can be issues, but I don't recall any big issues between the different programs. We all worked together and we had a common mission, is how I recall it, but I don't know for the whole state. Also, I know, though, during this time, SRS, which is now DCF, regularly honored our office for our high performance under these 4D contracts. However, even with our long and effective history with these contracts, DCF abruptly in 2013 did not offer this trustee office or other trustee offices the same opportunities to continue under these contracts as they afforded in the past. It was perplexing, as I believe DCF has records to prove this particular trustee office continues to maintain a high collection rate and exceeded all required federal standards in the 9th Judicial District. I'm not fully aware what led the Brownback administration in 2013 to full privatization. However, such policy change appeared to overlook this trustee's office's performance under these contracts. Nevertheless, here we are 8 years later. This office, as well as others, survived. I can humbly state this trustee's office continues to be very successful with high collection rates and strong support from our local legal community and from many parties we serve. The success of this office is not only evident by our longevity, but by the adaptability to survive after losing government funding from the 4D contracts. From 2014 to present, the only source of revenue for this office is collection fee income. And as you know, the statutory fee limit on support cannot exceed 5% of the amount collected. Hence, this trustee office has to maintain a high collection rate in order to survive. Though other district court trustees' office gets some county funding, this office gets no federal, no state, or county funding. Most importantly, a lot of credit should go to the long-term staff, the 3 of them that I have that are very dedicated. One has served 12 years, one is 18, and I'd like to specifically mention Debbie Thompson, who's been with our office for over 31 years. Besides this office, there are 12 other similar trustees' offices throughout the state providing child support services. They serve at least 16 judicial districts and 55 counties, which includes all the major urban areas in Kansas, nearly half of the state of Kansas. Though we may differ in size, I can assure you most of them have comparable history and background, similar dedicated and long-term staff, and the same extensive knowledge and experience in child support services, whether under a 4D contract or not. Many of you here are present here today, and I would ask after my presentation if they could come to the podium and at least introduce themselves, if that's possible. I've also had, though, if not, I have included contact information of every trustee, their emails, phone numbers, and it's Exhibit A attached to my testimony. It's not the best spreadsheet, but it does list all our contact information and who we are. That's also listed on the Kansas Supreme Court website, and I've given you directions in my testimony how to get to that. Also, I've included Exhibit B. This exhibit provides further explanation of the statutory authority, duties, and responsibility. This exhibit also includes a list of the many similarities as well as the advantages and disadvantages of the trustee and 4D program. I don't feel I can go over that today. I didn't want to inundate you with a lot of detail, but I provided that exhibit that you can review at your convenience, and I encourage you to do so. I sincerely appreciate the opportunity to talk to you a little about the District Court Trustee of the 9th Judicial District, to give you some history of just one particular office. This office and this mission is a large part of my life and the staff's lives. We all work very hard at what we do. I usually put in more than 40 hours a week and take few vacation. My work ethic and commitment and dedication I attribute to the great parents I was very fortunate to have. Also in 2013, I was suddenly entrusted with leading this office. As I mentioned, Charles Prather, the founder, died that year of a heart attack while driving back to work. He was a brilliant attorney. Yes, he was my boss and could be difficult at times. However, he had the foresight to recognize a great need years before others did. He dedicated most of his legal career to this cause. Many children and family for many years were better off due to his focused work and efforts. I am compelled to continue his legacy. Hence, all the district court trustees stand here united today and implore you to maintain the court trustee non-4D program. Granted, the 4D program is having some issues, but it is a huge operation with many responsibilities. There are no easy and quick fixes and solutions. All of us, though, advocate for the 4D program, but however, do not be led to believe that a takeover of the trustee program by the 4D program is the answer. Such action could easily dilute all the experience, knowledge, and effectiveness the trustees developed over all these years. weakening further the overall child support services for the state. Such a drastic measure ignores the long-standing history of these two programs working side by side, and I still have an opinion without many problems. These two programs can easily coexist. We as court trustees have always been willing to discuss, work, or cooperate with DCF or any of their contractors. Adding trustee cases to the 4D program could possibly bring in more federal dollars to the state. However, is it wise to throw more money into a system that currently has some flaws? Also, merely adding money and creating a single child support service model is simply not going to fix all their problems. In addition, many parties will not appreciate the only service provider being an agency that's heavily regulated and controlled by the federal government. Why consider taking the choice away from Kansans and half the state to a single government solution that has some issues? Doesn't competition usually lead to a better service? Further, all trustees sympathize with Katie Wishman's testimony regarding her difficulties navigating the child support system in Kansas. However, her case highlights some of the difficulties if you want to a fully privatized single program. Though a trustee was initially involved in the case, once she converted the case to a Title 4D status, it is our understanding with DCF they strictly demand no further involvement or any assistance from the trustee in the case. Hence, she was limited to only one system for her child support services, and it appears there was no designated person or method to resolve her complaints. However, I can assure you, if a trustee was involved and did not communicate or respond at the level as presented by her testimony, there's definitely a person she could have called. That call would be to the chief judge of the judicial district that appointed that trustee. I am confident after such call, a prompt and appropriate response would be the outcome. So you're asking, what is the bottom line here, Shorn? What should happen next? My understanding, we may have a further discussion on that this afternoon. However, I just want to emphasize that an informed decision must include a good understanding of the trustee program and a close examination of the operation and proven effectiveness over all these years. If you need more information or convincing to continue with the current dual program system, then do not hesitate to contact any of us. I believe a better understanding of both programs will lead to better child support services overall for Kansas.
Thank you, Mr. Shorn. And we'll let you introduce here in just a little bit. On your testimony, appreciate the information you have in there, a little about the long-term journey you've been through. But there's no page number. It'd probably be like the second to the last page of your testimony about, towards the bottom, you said adding trustee cases to the 4D program could possibly bring in federal money to the state, but then it's not wise to throw money into a system that has flaws. So adding the money, creating a single child support service model is simply not going to fix all the problems. I'm trying to understand what all the problems are. It sounds to me like your organization, your district area, survived a journey of all the transition, and probably because you're in a close-knit county connected to people, you were able to solve that problem. But I guess I'm just trying to figure out, all of us, I think, where are we broke in this system? And I know we're going to get into that after lunch too, and you're on again, so people will have more time to ask questions. But if you had to say overall, where would you start? Is it broke?
Well, no, sorry, excuse me.
No, is it broke at the DCF level? We're using contractors, because it's so convoluted. It's like, do you contact DCF? Do you contact Maximus?
Well, was sad after 2013, the sort of relationship between the two programs kind of slowly deteriorated, because we used to have an association that we would commonly meet every year and discuss issues. So a lot of stuff was going on at DCF, I don't know. I don't have that privy of that. I just was focusing on surviving my case. And so there's probably a breakdown of communication. I always was open to talking to them, but I don't know, other than we would get complaints, our office would get complaints from the current companies. But my opinion, when I worked for DCF, the biggest problem was your computer system, and I don't know it was extremely frustrating. And I guess I can give you an example is when I would do a modification for child support, there's a step of collecting the information from the parties. That's a hard step, and the staff would do that. Then when you get the information, then I would come into view to look it over and then create a child support worksheet that I felt comfortable with. And then it's filing a motion and getting it for hearing. So that all took some time. But then what took 30 minutes of my time, because I felt I had to do it, was entering all what I had to do on the cases system. So there was 30 minutes of time that was wasted. And it was, I guess some court trustees have their staff do it, but it's memorializing everything under that system so that it could be, that required by the federal government, but by the system itself. And I'd have to, that's the biggest complaint that I think that I see, and I'm not is your cases system. It's not a friendly system. I guess I would invite you to go look at the system because it's not a friendly. It's a black screen, blue-green all the time. That's what you got to look at. It's not easy to look, not easy to understand. As I recall, it took 9 steps just to get on the system. To merely narrate that I had a court hearing, this is what happened. So I don't know what all the answers are, but that's one to me, and I think it was glaring in the evaluation that the computer system needs to be fixed, and I think they're in the process of doing that, but it's still not a very good, in my opinion, not a good system. And that could be the biggest crux of it. But I always thought we have a lot of expertise and knowledge, to take advantage of that, and I wish we had a better, closer relationship, and I think the trustees all are willing to do that.
Well, I'd take the rest of the meeting day to explain why the cases system doesn't work and hasn't worked over the years, but I'll just tell you what I tell everybody else. We're still trying to fix it.
Okay.
Any other questions at this time? Yes, Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple questions. So you say prior to 2013, your office and the 40 program were together and they were state employees. How many employees were there?
Well, they covered a bigger region. They had Harvey County, but I recall probably 4 state employees that we would regularly have contact with. But those 4 employees would also maybe be covering Reno County as well. So they had a caseload that overlapped other counties, but I recall, off the top of my head, 4 people.
Then after the privatization, they weren't in your office anymore? I mean, they were just somewhere else in the state?
Right. Yeah, we had no communication. It just dropped because we didn't have their cases anymore.
Okay, and then also you mentioned that you have high collection rates. Is there a number that you can put to that?
Well, how court trustees kind of operate, we try to see if we can make budget each year, and that's what I had been doing for the prior years, but this year I said I need to know what my collection rate, I need to look at it. So with the help of somebody who understood spreadsheets and downloading information from Capers, from KPC, I've been able to, from January to September, come up with a collection rate, and that collection rate being what is owed each month in my judicial district and what am I collecting, and the average has been 78%.
Okay, and do you know how that compares to either other trustee offices or to the 4D collection rate?
I don't know about the other court trustees. Again, a lot of us operate, we have to collect enough funds to make our budgetary needs. I think that's a little bit higher than the DCF, but DCF does have a lot more problematic cases than I do.
And that, I mean, it does seem like an incentive for you to get the collections up when your budget directly.
Exactly, yes.
And then there are a few of the 31 judicial districts that don't have a trustee, or is that true from what I'm reading, and tell me why that is?
Well, It's like, example would be Reno County, which is just right next to us. It doesn't have a district court trustee. And what it stems from is you had judges and attorneys like Charles Prather in a judicial district recognizing there's an issue there and creating the office. Because it's statutory allowed to do throughout the state, you can have a district court trustee system in your judicial district. It just depends on the will and the desire of the particular chief judge and the attorney's local bar to create that program.
And so who does the non-40 collections in Reno County?
It would just be the Title 40 program or a private attorney.
And do you have other duties besides just the collection? Is your duty as trustee this, what we're
Yes,
doing
and
about?
what we also did in 2014 was we expanded into the court debt collection. What we'll do is be the collection agency for traffic tickets is what, it was another revenue stream to kind of help us during this transition, and it helps some, the collection, but that's another duty. And trustees are only, responsibilities are to enforce child support orders, to modify child support orders, and do the collection of restitution, or court debt and restitution in cases filed by the district court.
Okay, and just one quick question, thank you. So you mentioned that the 40 cases are more difficult. Could you just say a little bit more about that?
Well, we both have our share of what we call, they work under the table and cash. So DCF probably has more of those than I do, but I have my share. Locating people. Now, the 40 program has more measures in trying to locate folks to collect child support, but they probably have a bigger load than I do. Than people that are very elusive and can't locate. We both have them, but they probably have a higher percentage than I do.
So just to make sure I understand, you're talking about under the table, that's just like, one parent gives another parent a little bit of money here and there under the table?
No,
Okay,
what
so
I meant
what
is
you
that
mean by
they, I'm sorry, is that their employment, that they do, I'm a handyman, I get
They
here,
can't
that's,
be
and they gave me
garnished.
$100 cash, or they said they're not working, but they're getting some money somewhere because they're paying the rent, and, a lot of them don't seem malnourished, so they're eating, so they are just getting paid under the table, and that's how they function and live, and that's hard to collect because there's no employer to do an income withholding order against.
And most of your collections are garnishments?
Yes, yes.
Okay.
I will add, to maybe put a plug for the Kansas Debt Recovery System, is that has helped us. I'm looking more into that, and what that is that you plug in a Social Security number is what we have into the Kansas Debt Recovery System, and what that system is that they can monitor that Social Security number and then attach any money that's owed to the state of Kansas, mainly just as state income tax refund. So we can do that, but what they have done recently is ventured into to the casino. So there are 4 casinos that we can latch on to money for child support, and I have to say we collected from the same father about $3,000 within 30 days by just simply putting their Social Security number in the KDRS system and collecting his winnings at a casino. Now, granted, that's a small percentage, but to answer your question, yes, it's mostly through income withholding orders is our collection.
Thank you for your answers and for being here. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Francis. See, I got it right.
Thank you.
2 first names, 2
Chairman
last
McGinn.
names.
So I get a little bit confused about this whole process. We have this one document here, and I'm not sure whether it's current or whether it's from 1996 or something, but it says that after cases, the transfer of information remains unchanged. The judicial branch declined to use cases terminals to record and transfer information. It began to develop a separate system which has never been completed. Is that something from 1996? Are all of you guys using cases to?
No, we don't have any access to cases. That's strictly a 4D program's database system. And I think what maybe that's referring to is the court has its own database system for their information on cases and whatnot, which is completely separate from the cases system.
So what's this 30? I thought on that 30-minute you were frustrated about taking 30 minutes to enter some of your information into cases.
Right.
So how's that cases differ from this case?
Well, for the 23 years, we were 4D contract, and so we were a contractor for the DCF program, so we had access to that cases system.
So this makes it sound like you guys decided not to be able to enter stuff into cases. DCF does not allow you to enter stuff into
No, that's,
cases?
if we're not a contractor under 4D with the state, then no, we have no access. They prohibit any access to the cases system. But if we are a 4D contractor working with the SRS or DCF, then we have access to the cases and are required to enter data on their system. You can look at it. The DCF has their own database collection system that only they can use and no one else can use it.
So, I'm sorry to belabor
And that would be
this point.
including their contractors. The contractors could, yes.
But the frustration you had about taking 30 minutes to enter in child support determinations, again, what system is that?
That's the cases system that I was required as a contractor to do because I was under the 4D contract.
So that's something from 2013.
Correct. My understanding, I think that is still the same system they're currently struggling with at this time.
So whose responsibility, again, going back to Ms. Wisman's testimony, whose responsibility is it to collect out-of-state? Is that a 4D issue? Or do you also collect out-of-state?
We don't have the ability to collect out-of-state. That would be a function of 4D. Permits their responsibility, or they're the only ones that can do it because they have these interstate contacts with other states, and it does become problematic because you're dealing with other states that we have no control over. And I guess when I heard all that, maybe a suggestion, I think one of you were suggesting, is maybe it just requires with one of you guys contacting your friend in Missouri to tell that person, you get whoever's in charge in Missouri to get it done. That's sometimes how it works, because we do have these contracts, we do work with other states, but to get another state to look at your case as opposed to their cases can be difficult at times. Yes.
So I think also in her testimony, or it may have been a conversation we had outside of that, she said that basically it took her trustee 5 years to tell her that she needed to upgrade to a 4D case, that the guy had been living in Missouri for 5 years, basically, before she found out she had to upgrade to a 4D case. What do you think precipitated that? I realize it's not your district.
Well, what I would do is, when you see I would first make an effort to try to collect it myself, the best I could. And if I saw that I was going nowhere with it, then that would be the recommendation to then, yes, we'll have to lose the case. We refer you to the 4D service, and they can try to maybe help you more through the interstate compact to get that, to get better enforcement. Because one thing we can't do is, one of our big tools is contempt actions. Well, you got to have personal service on the person within the state of Kansas. We can't do that. But if they register the order in Missouri, then that enforcement agency in Missouri then can file a contempt action against that person in Missouri.
And you can file that?
No, only once you get it transferred and registered in Missouri, then you got to rely on yet a different child support enforcement agency that could be overworked, could not be focused on out-of-state. Maybe they don't like Kansas. I mean, there's a lot of different issues. And I can, that they are a little slower to do. And I've talked to my staff, Debbie Thompson, who did it for 31 years, and I mentioned this. And I said about the internet, she remembers clearly about all the U.S. petitions and all the work that took in just to get it transferred to another state. And then she said Missouri was the worst, is what her comment was.
So the 4 or 5 years that happened in this other trustee's deal to upgrade her case to 4D may have resulted from them trying to collect it on their own so that they could increase their income.
Possibly,
Because
yes.
you
Right.
don't want to let those go if you think you can.
If we can collect, yes. So we're motivated to try to get it. But I would say I'm up front. There's another agency in town. You're not happy with me. I tell people you can go to another program if you so choose. I'm up front, but I'll tell them that we kind of, our office prides herself in personal service. You're going to talk to somebody and about your case directly.
Who's the other program in town?
It would be the 4D program. The Title 4D program. That's available in Harvey County because it's basically two programs are available to the folks in Harvey and McPherson County.
So only 55 counties have trustees. The others use private lawyers. So would it be fair to say that there could be a huge difference in the competence of different individual agencies, whether it's a lawyer or maybe different judicial districts, their ability to, there's not a standardization of performance across all of those different entities?
Well, what I would probably go back to is that if we didn't perform and we got a lot of complaints, we would lose our employment because the district court, the chief judge would hear it. I mean, that's maybe, and we do have a statute to guide ourselves what we can do, and the it'd be your level of competency, I guess, and involvement by your chief judge, but that's who makes all the calls for district court trustees, and if he was getting a lot of complaints about me, then he would reconsider a different appointment.
Or the private lawyer, like my district is represented by a private lawyer in Topeka. They're also under the judges.
No, it would be, if it's not a trustee, then they have no supervision. It's just their own company it's doing it, or law firm. It'd just be like hiring a private attorney. It's, if you don't like the attorney, you can fire him, but they're not under any supervision or by any judicial.
So we have 51 counties that don't have your system.
Correct.
I'm sorry to wear you out, Madam Chair. Can I ask a couple more questions, or would you like me to save them?
Yeah, as soon as I say Senator Hawk, you'll know you've passed
I've
your amount
passed
of
Okay.
questions.
So does anybody set performance benchmarks for these private attorneys or for your deals, or are they just internally set by your Chief Justice?
Probably internally by the chief judge, because we have to perform to make our budget. And I don't have the luxury of going to the county commissioners. The others can go to the county commissioners, but then you're trying to convince a county commissioner to give you money out of their general fund, and you got to show that you're doing something, so there's some accountability there. And I guess I'm not too familiar with many private attorneys doing this work. It's just mainly district court trustees in the 4D program. There are some, but I know in my community, they want my office there because they do not like to do modifications. They don't want to do them. Now, in Sedgwick County, Carl Wheeler's, he doesn't do any modifications because the local bar wants to do the modifications. So you do have those type of differences throughout the district court
There's
trustees.
a lot of difference between districts, between
Correct.
counties that don't have
Right.
trustees, and, okay. And you guys have no access to the cases system?
Correct.
And is it a federal designation, or is it something that DCF is limiting?
Well, I
their
think it's
access to
federal, and
cases?
them, it's all their information and their cases that they're monitoring. No, we don't have any access, and it'd be the same if, I have a database system looking at all my cases. I cannot share that information unless it's court approved to anybody else.
I just feel like a lot of this problem is sometimes we have different silos all the way across the state. Different things happen in different areas. And then also this handoff from your organization to the non-4D seems like it really creates a lag where they've got to re-enter all the information and re-provide all the information. Or it seemed like that was part of the concerns that we had when Ms. Wiseman testified. Would you disagree that handoff from your organization to DCF can be sometimes
Well, it's usually
stressful for the non-custodial parent, or the custodial parent, I'm sorry.
I'm not sure where the application is. I don't think it's what to get into services with DCF. There is some application, but there's no application to get into our. In our judicial district, it's mandatory. If you're non-4D, we have to provide the services, and usually that information is from court records, or we can talk to get information, or the case is already set up on KPC. So it's not I don't think that difficult to transition it from their case to our office. Now, if they're leaving our office to there, yeah, there'd be an application, but that's usually streamlined or can be done online. And
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair.
That in just a second. Okay, you leave that there for a minute. Thank you. Before I go to Representative Delperdang, back to when you said you can't go out of state. Just help me understand this. I know we talked about it at our last meeting, but does it go strictly to DCF, which either DCF can handle it, or do they hand that out to Williams Young or Young Williams and Maximus? So do all three of those entities have the ability to go out of state and access those out-of-state funds from the federal level to go collect?
Well, one way to look at that is I'm licensed to practice law only in the state of Kansas. And if I had a client who had a judgment in Kansas but tried to enforce it in Missouri, I would tell them you have to go to Missouri to get a Missouri attorney licensed there to register whatever court order is in Kansas in Missouri. So there's this legal aspect that I don't think you can get around it too, because it's, you're ordering somebody to make a payment, so you got to have some legal representation in Missouri to do it, and that's why our office can do it. But the Title 40 program has, I think, treaties and has agencies with lawyers that can register that order once they get it, file it in Missouri, and then probably in the biggest thing they can do, which I can't do, the person lives in Missouri, you file a legal action in Missouri to file a contempt action to bring them from a Missouri judge to enforce this Kansas order. That's something I cannot do at all.
So is it DCF, Maximus, or Young Williams?
Yes, it would probably be either it would be either those two contractors that would have to file a USA petition to probably in Jefferson City, they can correct me, to get that office where that there's a case, and then they would then you're under their system, if it's a privatization or to then funnel that particular petition and order in the particular county where this person lives, and then get things going there. So it's.
Thank you. Next, we have Representative Delperdang, and then after that, we have Representative Armberger, who's online. Representative Delperdang.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And before I get to mine, just kind of a continuation of that, a lot of talk about Missouri and so forth. Do we have contracts or reciprocity set up with the other states around us, Colorado, Nebraska, Oklahoma? Or is there also maybe a list of states that do this well?
Well, I don't know if there's a list. I think probably DCF or Elizabeth Cohn, or they would probably know who's good and who's bad in responding. It's more of a response time, but every state has to. These is all throughout the state, and yes, some states respond better than others. I recall in our experience, that's, you always have some states would just be, yes, we get it, we get the petition filed and sent out, and they'd work on it right away. Other states, you would have to call to get their attention, because again, you're trying to push some work into their office that they really don't have any loyalty to, because it's not their state's orders, what I would sense happens sometimes. And so you get frustrated because you're talking to somebody that, probably doesn't, our cases aren't our high priority. So what do you do? Try to think out of the box to try to get somebody that's hire them to get their attention, to pay attention to the orders. Only thing I could think of. But yes, but whether there's a list, again, I've been out of that loop a little bit, but I can probably tell you if Ms. Thompson was here, she would know from her experience what were good states and bad states for response time.
Okay. Now, change the subject a little bit. On page 2, you talked about how your office survives on the fees, and maximum statutorily is 5%. Who ultimately pays that 5%? And I'm just throwing 5 out here.
Well, it's mutually, the child support guidelines require that be shared. And we charge 5%, so it's 2.5. Each party has to pay half.
Okay, so it's
now the order could, the judge could, say one party pays, but it's usually that fee is shared by between the recipient and the payer of the child support.
Because my concern is, I would assume the recipient probably needs the money the worst, and are we taking that 5% out of what is owed to that individual, or is it off the top? But it sounds like it's shared.
It's shared. I use Bradley's software program to compute child support worksheet, and that automatically computes it. He pays 2.5% more, and that's deducted from her share.
And is the same true when a person goes through a private attorney? Is that still 5%?
Oh, yeah. Yes. It's,
okay.
Well, no. If they void the KPC system totally and they pay directly to each other, there is no fee. But the parties have to rely on their own accounting, because that's what a lot of we do when we provide services, like who keeps track of the payments and what the balance is. That's a big part of what we do, because KBC doesn't do that. Our office keeps track of what is owed. And so, but there are parties that don't want to mess with any type of agency. They pay each other directly, and no, there would be no fee, but who's accounting for that? No one is. They just have to trust themselves as to that accounting.
Is there a limit if I go through a private attorney, like you talked about, though? Could the attorney take a third of this thing?
There are agencies out there that if the recipient wanted to hire a company, and she agreed to pay a higher fee, that's possible, but why would you do that? You have agencies in the state would do it, but for much less. But if they get frustrated or not, I think there are some large companies that do collection services, but it's agreement between the recipient and that particular company.
Okay, thank you.
Representative Arnberger.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I want to piggyback off of Representative Susan Humphrey's question about debt collection. And you mentioned the casinos. Is the debt collection service, are they not allowed to collect via the Native American-owned casinos?
No, my understanding is just the 4 state-run casinos. That is not a part of the system.
Okay, I just want to follow up. Thank you.
Are there any other questions? Representative Owsley.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair, and thank you for being here. The 78% collection rate sounds impressive to me. Would you think that increased after 2013, or do you think that that's been pretty steady for the trustee's office in your jurisdiction?
My understanding that's pretty steady, what we've done historically.
All right, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair, and thank you for your presentation so far. Let's talk a little bit about that 78% collection rate. So are both parties living, for the most part of that 78% that you're collecting, are they living in the same area? Are they living within your district?
Probably majority are, but yeah, there are a lot of people. I'm about Sedgwick County. A lot of people run to Harvey County to do their actions, but yeah, there's a lot of Sedgwick County, but probably majority are in Harvey, McPherson County areas, correct?
Okay, I appreciate that. My only other question is, so talk to us a little bit, we have the how does the money flow, but the courts make a ruling. And we know from the LPA report that when they went through just 159 cases, but problems were found in 20% of those cases, which is interesting because that's kind of close to what your collection rate is. So from the court standpoint, when they make a ruling, how clear do they make it as far as this is your obligation, this is who you are to respond to? Because essentially, non-payment is contempt of a court ruling. So share it with us just a little bit as to what really happens in that court ruling and how it is that the courts are kind of, okay, we made a ruling, now good luck. Essentially, they are saying to 1 out of 5 families, good luck, figure it out.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
so what's your experience?
Well, that's because a lot of times what happened is the other parent is just gone. But it's important to have an order in place so that if he or she's ever found, you have a judgment to collect on. So, but a lot are, they're just nowhere to be found. We spend some money each month to have this service to search people. We use Clear to locate these people to find them, but some people can just get below the radar and they can never be found. So, and a lot of times they are served a petition, they get service, they locate them initially, then they see that they're going to have to pay child support and they vanish. So, but you can get an order in place, which is good to keep an order in place, but they're very difficult to locate. Another problem would be is that when the person goes to prison, that is when you can't really file a contempt action then. Granted, there could be some collection. I think DOC is good, and sometimes they'll divvy out some money that maybe the inmate earn in the prison, but it's very minimal. But those cases, they're very difficult. And sometimes there's some court reluctance to even they have an order, because our main threat is to throw them in jail, is the tool we have. That's what contempt means. And some judges are just very reluctant to make that final jail sanction. Some are, some aren't. So but we still have a contempt to get them in front of a judge constantly. But yeah, there's just some judges that may just, may have that kind of response. But mainly, I think it's a locate issue, just trying to find them. You can't find them.
So if I might, Madam Chair, I just want to circle back to something that you said. You said they are served and they realize that they are needing to pay child support.
Mm-hmm.
So did they leave that courtroom not knowing that they were going to need to pay child support?
No, I mean, what happens is you have to have a due process, and you have a
Right.
petition, and you have to serve that petition. But then you have a court hearing, maybe 2 or 4 weeks later. They don't show up for the court hearing, and you get a default, and so they're gone. So yeah, they don't have to appear to the hearing because it is a civil judgment. You don't have to be there, and if you don't be there, you won because the judge is going to grant the petition. And served on this person. Is he aware of this hearing date? Is he aware that we're going to issue a child support order? And at the hearing, it's all the check marks are made, but he or she is not there. So you have an order that's hard to enforce. But it's very important to have, if you get personal services, is great, which is very hard in of itself to getting personal service, because you got to have that before you can get an order. But it's crucial you have an order, because you can always eventually have it out there. And if you can locate them, you can collect the full amount.
Out of curiosity, do you, as a trustee and other trustees, have you tracked from the bench those that are less forceful as far as when someone's found or the threat of going to jail? Or have you also tracked attorneys that seem to keep representing people that just disappear? Because one thing I do know in the legal world, that attorney got paid. That attorney got paid more than likely up front to represent them, and then they just disappear. So as trustees, as a group, as a cohort, do you track any of that?
Well, I'd be definitely contacting that attorney regularly to give me information, because he has some type of duty to let me know if he's still representing him. There are rules you are required to disclose and he's your client. I could put that pressure on him. But no, I don't necessarily track them. But in Harvey, in the night, there's somewhat a friendlier bar. We get along. I don't see that. They're wanting more of a spirit to do this, to do right. Maybe, but there are other attorneys aren't. I'm going to take my rose glasses off, but they usually try to work with getting the order enforced. And the judge I had problems with in my judicial district, he retired. So I have a better judge, and I'll see more jail sanctions coming. So.
Thank you very much. Thank you, Madam
All
Chair.
right, we're going to allow one more question, then we're going to move on. Senator Bowers.
Thank you, Madam Chair. And thank you, Harold. You're doing a nice job for someone who doesn't like to do this.
Thank you.
So just real quick, I'm just wondering where the federal government comes in when we cross state lines. Does the federal government have any authority or teeth or anything we can use? Or are we Kansans just relying on multi-state compacts that we fall back on? It seems to me this could be a broader problem with states as well. Thank you, Madam Chair and Harold.
Well, it could be. It could be some federal regulation on that, but I think that's the system we have. We have to rely on these agreements between the state because, if we get bad service from one state, well, guess what happens? We got some orders here in Kansas. We could be just as, there's that. I don't think it happens, but there's that. We have to work together because we are sharing orders because there's surely orders coming from other states to our state, and we are trying to enforce a Missouri order or Colorado order. So, we got to have some mutual respect and courtesy because we're all in it together, and we have to jointly doing the different things. But maybe some federal help might be beneficial. Yes.
All right. Mr. Shorn, you said you had a few people you wanted to
Yeah, if I could,
introduce. If you could do it
the
very
district court, if they
briefly.
could just come forward and just simply introduce themselves, because instead of just looking at my ugly mug all the time, that there are other trustees in the
And
state.
what they do. So we'll do this rather quickly.
I guess I'm first. My name's Kendall McVeigh. I'm a district court trustee in the 2nd Judicial District, 21st Judicial District, 26th, and the 30th. And I cover 17 different counties.
Can you just give us an idea of what
We do
part?
just,
Part of the state?
just enforcement all over.
Okay.
So southwest Kansas, down Liberal,
Okay.
Meade, Sumner County, Pratt. Second Judicial District is Wabunsee, Pot County, and then the 21st is Riley and Clay. So I'm kind of all over the place. And we
Thank you
do
for-
just enforcement.
Thank you for being here.
Thank you.
Hello, I'm Mary Beth Diaz. I'm the District Court Trustee over in Lawrence, Douglas County. It's the 7th Judicial District. And we've been in existence since 1995, doing the child support enforcement. And then we also, since 1998, have done court debt restitution collection.
Thank you.
My name is Nicolette Bennett, and I have the honor of having been appointed District Court Trustee for Johnson County, which is the 10th Judicial District. Johnson County has been a trustee since 1972, or we've had a trustee, and this is my 24th year. And formerly, I was with the Department for Children and Families Child Support Services Title 4D program.
All right, thank you.
Good morning. I'm Tracy Johnson. I'm the trustee for Wyandotte County. I've been there a couple years now, so I'm fairly new. But we also do enforcement. We do a collection of maintenance, child support. We also collect for bonds, and we essentially do whatever the chief judge assigns to us. We establish paternity as well, which is somewhat unusual compared to some of the other districts. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. I'm Ed Wheeler from the 8th Judicial District, which would be Gary County, Morris County, Marion County, and Dickinson County. We do child support enforcement and modification, collection and maintenance. Also, we do debt collection in our judicial district and in Saline County. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Mark White, and I am the District Court Trustee for the 3rd Judicial District, which is Shawnee County. I have been in child support enforcement since 1997, started with SRS, and was appointed by the current Chief Justice, Marla Lukert, in 2002 to be the court trustee, and have served in that position since.
All right, thank you. Thank you all for showing up today. It is nice to put a face with an area, and that it sounds to me like you all kind of converse and work together and have a wealth of information, and I'm sure way more stories than we have time. So, all right, thank you. At this time, we're going to move on to the non-40 system. Amy Raymond, Chief of Trial Court Services, Office of Judicial Administration. Welcome to the committee, Amy.
Thank you. Good morning. Chairwoman McGinn and members of the committee, thank you for inviting me to speak today. My name is Amy Raymond. I'm the Chief of Trial Court Services for the Office of Judicial Administration. Prior to joining OJA, I worked for Young Williams for 15 years. Part of my duties at OJA are to serve as a liaison between the courts and the court trustees, also a liaison between the Kansas Payment Center and the court trustees. I provide technical assistance to court trustees on issues that we see at OJA or any other information that they need from OJA. I also provide technical support to the Kansas Child Support Guidelines Committee during its review period every 4 years. That committee is tasked with reviewing the guidelines and recommending proposed amendments to the court. We have various stakeholders, including judges, attorneys, and parents, and Mark White, who you just met, is also on that committee. I'm happy to provide more detail. Sometimes these questions or these issues can go into the weeds, and so I don't want to confuse anyone. So I'm happy to stand for any questions that you may have.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, Amy, thanks for being here. Can you give us any information on collection rates and that kind of thing on the 4D collections?
We don't collect that information at OJA. Any information that I might have comes directly from DCF. They hold that information, and so if I ever need it for any sort of reports, I get it from them. So they're the best source for that information.
Okay, and do you, I mean, as far as your position as that liaison, I mean, what are you doing exactly as that liaison?
With the Kansas Payment Center, court trustees can access different secured databases on the KPC, so I serve as a liaison to connect them with the individuals at KPC that they need to talk to Kansas Payment Center.
Yeah.
And so sometimes I talk in acronyms, so please stop me if I do.
We appreciate the explanation.
If there are issues that Kansas Payment Center sees arise with a court trustee case, I may then reach out to the court trustee to help us resolve that, those kinds of things.
And do you have staff particularly that deal with those technical issues?
It's me.
It's you, okay.
It's me.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Sounds like a legislator when people go, can you have your staff call you? Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it didn't stretch that far, Representative. I guess that's the way, so I won't talk so much. So, you strike me as being uniquely kind of in the middle of this whole thing with your previous experience at Young Williams and your relationship with DCF and then the trustees. I would like to re-ask the question that Vice Chair Humphreys asked. Do you have any information as far as enforcement rates for the non-4D cases, which are handled by the trustees?
I do not. We do not currently collect that information.
Does the judicial system have any standards that they have to adhere to as far as performance in that area? Do you guys get involved in that at all?
We do not currently have standards. Those trustees, as pointed out by the individuals that spoke, are appointed by the chief judge, so it's an arrangement with the chief judge of the judicial district.
So you may not want to get out ahead of your skis on this, but if there were 2 recommendations that this committee could make to help to address this problem that our constituents are having, would you be able to give me what your 2 priorities would be?
Unfortunately, I'm not able to comment on that. Those are policy discussions that I'm not able to comment on. I encourage this committee to listen to the experts in the room. You all have gathered people who are incredibly dedicated professionals and have done this for a very long time, both on the DCF side and the court trustee side. So I encourage you to listen to them and ask questions. I know they're eager to share their experience with you.
Thank you.
And I want to just be clear then, so again, getting back, so you're just over all the trustees that work on this, I guess, is that what you call them?
I serve as the contact at OJA for court trustees, yes.
Yeah, okay. So again, when we get to 4D out of state, you're out of it.
Yes. Yes, I do not deal with UIFSA issues, because that's outside the court trustee lane.
And 4D in state, you're out of it.
Right. I talk to the 4D program and have a working relationship with the 4D program, but I'm out of it for interstate things, yes.
Okay. I just want to make sure we're clear.
Yes.
And, it's like when you go to the doctor, they ask you your name 3 times.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Senator Baumgartner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. You indicate in your testimony that the committee, during its meets and addresses the child support guidelines every 4 years. So where are we on that cycle?
New guidelines were adopted in January of 2020, and so in June or July of 2022, the committee will get together again and start identifying topics for study. The review process goes about 18 months. So we'll start in June or July of 2022 with the goal of having new guidelines in January of 2024. And if I may just add, there are federal regulations that say we have to review it every 4 years.
So as a follow-up, where would we find those recommended amendments, recommended changes? Where would we find what this committee has addressed?
You mean recommended changes to the guidelines that were okay? On the Kansas Judicial Branch website, there's a child support guidelines page, and a clean copy of the guidelines are there, and also I believe still a strikeout copy of the guidelines, so you can see specifically what changes were adopted.
Okay, and for that spring of 2022, where they're coming up with the new ideas to consider, is that available publicly also?
Our meetings are public, yes.
But would that list be public?
That list would be in our meeting minutes, which I also post on the website.
Okay, thank you very much, Madam Chair.
And if I may add, if you have a specific concern or a constituent has addressed a specific concern with the guidelines, you're free to send me that information and I will forward it to the committee for consideration. Okay?
And do we go through the judiciary to find your meeting list, and
yes,
it'll have on there your WebEx or whatever you guys use link?
Yes, yes. The committee did not meet during the pandemic, so we were in person. And I can't anticipate whether or not it will be virtual or in person next spring, but that meeting information is there, and meetings traditionally have been in the Judicial Center.
Representative Delperdane.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Appreciate you being here. In your testimony, you talked about how you worked for Young Williams for roughly 15 years.
Yes.
And you go on to say that you work with DCF contracts specifically with Young Williams Child Support Services. But now we're getting into Maximus coming in as of recent. What are your functions with that organization?
I work just directly with DCF. I don't have, sometimes the contractors will reach out to me for different questions about the court's e-filing system or the court's new case management system, and so I will answer those questions, but a majority of my work is directly with DCF.
So on behalf of Young Williams, or do you work with Young Williams? I'm seeing Young Williams here for part of the state. I'm seeing Maximus for another. Are you just here, or you don't interface with either one, or what?
Oh, I do. I have talked to I have not. I shouldn't say I haven't talked to Maximus, because I have very briefly talked to them, but they're a brand new contractor. Right. And so I have relationships with all of these child support professionals, so many times they'll just reach out directly to me. But if it deals with any sort of statewide issue or anything, then I work with DCF.
Okay.
I hope that answers your question.
Representative Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, just a quick clarification. DCF, you say here DCF contracts with Young Williams for the Kansas Payment Center.
Yes.
I'm reading off of your testimony. And then you are the liaison between the Kansas Payment Center.
For court trustees. So DCF uses its child support funds, and this is my understanding, so I'm going to let Elizabeth later on correct me if I'm wrong. But DCF pays for the Kansas Payment Center, but the Kansas Payment Center is for all statewide. So
4D and non-4D. Okay.
Yes.
Okay,
Yes.
so that would be a little bit your touch with the 4D, is that you're the liaison between the Kansas Payment Center. So you do have a bit of a touch there? There's a lot of layers here I'm trying to figure out.
So I'm the liaison for the court trustees. So when the Kansas Payment Center has its quarterly meetings, DCF and I are theirs, because DCF is the liaison for the 4D side, and I am liaison for any issues on the non-4D side.
I see. Okay.
I know it's a lot.
Okay, no, I'm just trying to draw it out so that I understand. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there anyone else I missed? Has another question? Anyone online? All right, thank you.
Thank you.
At this time, we're going to move into the monitoring performance measures, and we have Elizabeth Cohn. Is it Cohn or Con? It's Cohn. Cohn. Okay, I got it right. Director of Child Support Services, 4D, Department of Children and Families. Welcome back.
And we have a PowerPoint. Is there a clicker? Oh, okay. All right. Good morning. Thank you for inviting me to testify regarding the Kansas 4D program. The 4D program began in 1975 when a new 4D section was added to the Social Security Act, which begins at 42 United States Code 651. Kansas established the 4D program in 1976 with authority set out at 39-753. Sorry, I thought my PowerPoint was up. Yeah, I have quite a bit before we get to the first slide, so.
I mean, here comes the expert, but.
So included with your materials, you should have received we have a new 4D brochure. It's it's after on the paper clip. That's why, yes, it's paper clipped, and so you have the 4D brochure. And this explains, we just released this. This explains about the 4D program and all that we do and how to get a hold of us. And then you were also provided our Child Support Services enrollment form. And this is the primary enrollment form that is sent to parties. Either they can download it or they call our call center and it's sent out to them, or we have it at various locations. So it's 4 pages long, gathering, and this is how a child support enforcement case starts at our office. This form has to be completed, and this is a requirement of the federal government that we have. That's how we get parties into our office. And we have a more comprehensive child support handbook is available online at the DCF website. And this enrollment form is completed by anyone who seeks out the 4D program, as well as those who are required to participate in our program per Kansas statutes annotated 39-709. Current recipients of TANF, child care, food assistance, submedical, and foster care are required to participate with the 4D program. The Kansas 4D program has a variety of operational methodologies applied throughout its history. The state disbursement unit became a requirement, and from the start, the Kansas Payment Center has been a contracted service. The daily operations of the 4D program have comprised a mixture of service delivery. It is my understanding that until 1997, we were a fully state-operated program. Then in 1997, the area of judicial enforcement was competitively bid, and a contract was awarded in 21 of the 31 judicial districts. In judicial districts that did not have a contractor, this work was done by state staff. State staff established all new parentage and support orders, and once a case had an order, either through a private order such as a divorce or through a 4D establishment teams, it shifted to the contractor in those 21 counties. This methodology worked very similar to the court trustee model. In 2007, the Child Support Customer Service Call Center opened in Halstead after a competitive bid process. It was competitively rebid in 2015 and ended 9/30/21 as a standalone component.
Elizabeth? Do you have that material that you're reading?
I did not provide my verbal testimony.
Okay.
We just provided the slides.
So could you get that for us so that we have that little bit of history that you're talking about on the 4D?
We can.
A thumbs up, thank you.
In September 2013, the daily service model shifted and is referred to as full privatization. This change meant that both establishment and legal enforcement in all judicial districts was now done by a contractor. The full-service contractors were supported in their work by the standalone call center that did not have any requirement to do casework. Their role was to only answer questions from customers per the case management system, which is cases. If a question could not be answered, in essence, a phone message was taken and forwarded to the caseworker to return the call within the time requirements. CSS administration had a varying role in casework, with certain centralized roles remaining in child support administration to touch first and then pass along to the caseworkers to complete. This model was in place for federal fiscal year 2014 through federal fiscal year 21. In 2019, we contracted for an independent evaluation of the program, and that report shaped the request for proposal that was issued in January 2021. OCSE is our federal partner, and they are housed within the Department of Health and Human Services. OCSE sets procedures to review programs, approve state plans, audits the programs, as well as providing training and technical assistance. They also gather a variety of data from the submission of required reporting by the 4D program. Each state child support program operates differently within the federal parameters. In 1996, changes occurred in the program with the implementation of the Personal Responsibility and Work Opportunity Reconciliation Act of 1996, commonly called PERORA, which implemented temporary assistance for needy families, TANF, and updated the requirements for TANF recipients to participate with the 4D program to receive benefits. Child support was identified as a long-term solution for children to receive financial stability. In 1998, Congress enacted the Child Support Performance and Incentive Act, CISPIA. It's Public Law 105-200. A key provision was the requirement that states meet performance standards to receive incentive funds. Kansas has tracked performance since 2001 using these performance measures. First slide, or next slide. Oh, did you give it to me? Thank you. I thought, sorry. Okay. So the 5 performance measures are paternity establishment percentage, the child support, or the support order establishment, current support collection, arrearage collection, and cost effectiveness ratio. Child support reports annual statistics. Next slide, please. Thank you. So child support reports annual statistics on the federal fiscal year, which is October 1st to September 30th. Our annual reporting occurs in October and November. OCSE provides an annual report based upon the prior year reporting. Okay, so on these first 2 slides, this is our history of the 5 performance measures since Kansas started keeping track from 2000, and that's a graph of all 5 performance measures by a different color. Next slide. And this is the actual specifics for each. Next slide, thanks. So we report annually our performance measures. There's 54 programs, 50 state, 4 territories. And so we compared ourselves, this is our federal fiscal year 20, and the rankings, so for the Midwest, we included those states. So you'll see our statewide PEP was 2nd, our percentage of cases with orders, we were 20th, collections of current support, we were 44%, of arrears cases, 45th, and cost effectiveness ratio 15th, with an overall state average of, we were in the 21st. Next slide. Okay, so to look at each of these individually, cost effectiveness. This measure is how many 4D child support dollars were collected versus how much was spent on the 4D administration of the program. This slide is from 2013 forward. Our cost effectiveness increased throughout the fiscal year. Our cost effectiveness increases throughout the fiscal year, with the final being calculated at the end of each fiscal year. The performance of 2020, we believed, is influenced by the economic impact payments, as throughout the contract, the remaining years have been steady around $5.50. Next. So for paternity establishment, there are 2.
Elizabeth,
Yes.
sorry to interrupt you.
No.
so my brain can keep following you. What's PEP?
That's a paternity establishment percentage.
Paternity establishment percentage. Thank you.
And there's two options. There's the 4D or statewide PEP. And we've Kansas has elected to use statewide PEP, paternity establishment. And so this measure compares the total number of children born out of wedlock in Kansas during the preceding fiscal year to the number of children, minor children who had parentage established or acknowledged in the fiscal year. So we use the same time period. For us, for Kansas, it's a calendar year. So on our statewide PEP that we just reported, we looked at the calendar from January to December of the 2019. Or I'm sorry, 2020, when we just reported in 2021. But for fiscal year 20, it would have been, we looked at the calendar year of 2019. So due to the math, due to the criteria for the equation, it is possible to exceed 100%. We annually report statewide PEP, but we track 4D PEP throughout the year. So as you can tell, there's been a continued increase in the performance measures. We started at 77% in 2001, and we've trended upwards with our best ever year in federal fiscal year in 2019 with 102%. Next. So support order establishment. This compares the number of cases that have a support order in place against the 4D caseload. So on this slide, you see the actual numbers of the equation. Next slide. And then this slide is the percentage. The open 4D cases show a trend line down, while the cases with orders has a trend upward since 2000. This mirrors the national trend of smaller 4D caseloads. The gap is narrowing, which is reflected in the percentage. We believe the downward trend in 2019 and 2020 is a result of the pandemic and the impact to the judicial system. Recovery will likely be in line with how the judicial system recovers, and we anticipate it gradually trending up. All right, so collections on current support. Next slide. This compares the amount of current support collected versus the total amount of current support owed in the 4D caseload. In 2001, we were at 54.7%, and in 2020, we were at 57.9%. The history shows a gradual up and down with a peak of 58% in federal fiscal year 2019, and this is an area of struggle for Kansas. I am on yes, so here, this is the performance measure slide. All right, moving on to collection on arrears. So on this first slide, this compares the collection of arrears compares the number of child support cases that made a payment towards an arrears balance versus the total number of cases in the 4D caseload that owe arrears. The equation looks at 4D cases with arrears due and total 4D cases that made a payment towards arrears in the fiscal year. So if you look on slide 13, you'll see arrears due and paying on arrears. And then slide 14 is the performance measure. And this indicator demonstrates how influenced arrears collection may be by outside events. The dramatic increase is believed to be tied to the various pandemic relief initiatives which included the first round of economic impact payments. And this slide, next slide. Nope, go back. No, that slide. Sorry. This slide shows our performance since 2013. Kansas has a gradual trend up, but then beginning in 2009, after the aid from the Great Recession ended, a trend downwards occurred. Sorry, I was on the previous slide. Yes.
Could we go back to slide 13? I'm just a little bit slow trying to figure out all these different shades of blue. But I want to make sure I understand this. Well, actually, if you went back to 11, it says we collect basically just under 58%.
That's correct.
Okay. Want to make sure I'm clear on that. And then,
Well, and I want to clarify, that's in the 4D caseload. So we're comparing how much current support is due in the 4D case versus amount collected. So how much total was owed in the 4D caseload, and then the amount we actually collected in that 4D caseload. So it's a collections-based measurement.
so back to 13. The number on the right, that's 120,000 individuals we're talking about, 100,000 people, what are we talking about?
And it's cases. So we have, it's an actual case. So a case can have one person or 7 people, but it's a court, for our purposes, it's probably a court order is the best way to say it.
So how does this tell me success or not success? Is there 500,000 people in the system? Is there 250,000 people in the system? I mean, I don't understand how I can see if there's 500,000 people in the system, is that success?
These are set by the federal government, and this is how they're evaluating our program, and they have provided this definition, and their definition is by case. So.
Sure, but if I don't know.
Right, and so I can't tell you today how many, we have, I believe, about 180 children in our program, but I don't know how many of them are, on the cases, how many are single children versus multiple children.
Okay. I won't, and I'll let you continue. We're trying to understand performance measures, and I see all these lines, but I can't figure out what success or not success is. So I'll let you continue, and we'll get back to that.
Madam Chair, could I ask a question at this point?
You may.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So just looking at slide 13, we don't know how many of these are new cases, how many of them, is there ever a measure of we have this many cases or this many families or this many children that haven't received a payment in 10 years, haven't received a payment in 9, 8, 7, 6 months, 3 months? Do we ever see that?
Well, those aren't one of our performance measures. There is an annual report, and this is a copy of the federal fiscal year 20. They take data on, they have 106, and so I don't know.
I understand that the federal government requires certain reports, but what does DCF collect? What does DCF ever look at as far as numbers?
We look at a variety of things, but we pretty much historically have looked at these 5 federal performance measures and have shared, that's what we share publicly, and it's included in our contracts. I don't know, I mean, as we go through the next section, maybe that will answer some of the things that we look at, because we break it down by state, by judicial districts a bit. So maybe if I can table that question until the end.
Let's continue the presentation.
Okay. All right, so the 4D program operations are currently privatized. Privatization has been in the Kansas 4D program since the 1990s in one form or another, with full privatization adopted in 2013. You can flip through to slide 16. Mississippi is the only other state that has undertaken full privatization, but many other states have aspects of their program that are privatized. In 2020, the independent report of Midwest Evaluation was inconclusive on whether or not privatization worked. However, one key finding was that the standalone call center was not helpful to 4D families or 4D caseworkers. Therefore, in 2020, CSS was faced with a choice. They could continue with a known structural problem in their contract so they could rebid for a shorter term and a new model to determine if privatization didn't work or if the model of privatization was the issue. Therefore, CSS administration undertook a cultural change and thorough review of identifying barriers to giving full ownership of the 4D caseload to their contractor, as well as the issues that were identified by the evaluation and through our own internal knowledge of case management. Our focus became not the overall performance measure, federal performance, which are in part linked to things outside of our control, but a focus on what outcomes were directly within the contractor's control, such as staff retention, customer service, and ensuring compliance with timeframes and procedures. The end result was the following. A 3-year term contract with single-year options to renew. We felt 3 years gave us 2 years of solid data to review, and with the single-year options, we had time to rebid and or formulate other models of service delivery. Into these contracts were specifics to address program operations. They were maintained federal performance based upon an average, which accounted for the pandemic and the most recent fiscal year when the contracts went out to bid. Customer service expectations and a penalty per event of unresolved escalations. Full case ownership with specifics for case management, such as call center calls to be escalated internally to reach resolution on the caller schedule and regular case reviews. The requirement to have adequate staffing levels and single points of contact for specific program needs. Outreach requirements, their visits to all communities where there currently is a DCF office at least monthly, and outreach positions to work with communities to assist families to connect the resources, maybe for a payor connected to an employer or a payee to services for immediate needs such as rent or food. The shorter time period for the first term, 3 years, as 3 years allowed us to complete phase 1 of the replatforming to a new code and time to build determined data elements that may be missing that would be essential to future data pulls. We would also have better knowledge of what needs CSS administration would need to include in future contracts to assist with future phases to ensure current caseworker knowledge was included or actual program or staffing needs if reconfiguration is needed. So now let's look at some specifics of the 2021 4D contracts that began October 1st. First, we captured the caseload and call volume for each caseload. For each judicial district so that the contractors knew what they were bidding on. Next, we included some requirements for key staff and minimum experience. The contractors determined their own staffing needs in their bids, but we are holding them to a retention rate. And that's on slide 19. And then CSS identified a core need for the program was to ensure that cases are regularly reviewed. Cases without orders are to be reviewed at minimum every 6 months and complete a detailed review in the case management system. Cases with orders are to be reviewed at minimum every 12 months and complete the same detailed review. Further, a change was made that all actions in the case should be narrated within 24 hours of it occurring. Ideally, actions are narrated at the same time they occur, but accommodation had to be made for court hearings or other events that may occur out of the office where a worker does not have access to the case management system. CSS has a minimum reporting criteria for each of the call centers. In addition, additional reports may be required of the contractors going forward. Customer service was an area of concern identified by the Midwest evaluation. There is a requirement for each vendor to have an escalation process so that customer issues are resolved as quickly as possible. Each contractor is required to have a dedicated ombudsman as well. Further, CSS will be developing a customer service survey to provide the opportunity for immediate feedback from customers. A specific protocol was developed, was established for ombudsman issues. In addition, customer service issues can become a charge to the contractor after the process is followed and issues within the contractor's control are not addressed. Last, a baseline of performance was set for the federal performance measures. This is an annual review after the final report is submitted to OCSE. However, these are tracked monthly by CSS administration to identify trends. The baseline was included in the RFP. It does reference 4D PEP, which is a number we track monthly, as it is a good indicator of what will happen with statewide PEP. Statewide PEP is only calculated once a year and will be the performance measure used. CSS administration will be tracking the trend lines on federal performance monthly. In addition, we will be completing case reads to ensure that the procedure is followed from case samples. Our first meetings on performance will occur in January with the contractors individually to review what we found in November and December case reads, as well as the trend of the first quarter federal fiscal year 21 on the performance measure. Our schedule is year one. We will meet every quarter or as needed. In January, we will be discussing case opening, timelines, legal referrals, modification timelines, case reviews, ombudsman reports, the federal performance measures in their judicial districts, and monthly call center reports. As the year develops, we will adjust as needed to add or remove topics. Our case reads in year one will be focused on things that are within the contractor's control for case management. However, we will be noting things that are outside of their control, such as court hearings being rescheduled or delayed in scheduling. Next fall, our focus will shift to review the federal performance measures to ensure that the baseline was met after our annual reporting is submitted in October 2022. At that time, we will also identify any changes for our quarterly reviews for year two. Thank you.
Questions? Representative Delperdine.
Thank you, Madam. Okay, I appreciate your testimony on this. If I could, and I'm not going to beat this horse to death, but back on slide 13, I've just got 3 questions.
Not page 13. Okay.
Okay. In your verbal testimony, I didn't see it written, but in verbal, I think you mentioned you said 180 children. I'm assuming 180,000 children in the program?
Yes, the infographic that I passed out last time had those statistics, or that we included last time had our, we have 129,748 open 4D cases, and we have 187,304 active children.
Okay. So out of those, as of 2020, we've got roughly 100,000 cases in the arrears, according to this graph?
Mm-hmm.
Okay, that's a real high percentage. And then what year did the collections get privatized? Do you remember?
Privatization occurred in September, a full privatization occurred in September of 2013. So
okay, so
I believe that's federal fiscal year 14, so that's why you will see on some of these that we just have 2013 to 2020. That's our graphs for privatization, full privatization.
okay, because I'm just looking at the graphs. So it looks like from 13 on, while there's a separation, it's pretty flat for the most part. But then in 19 through 20, we're showing a uptick in payments, which would cause a downside on the arrears due. Do you have any comments on what attributed to the additional collections?
We're pretty sure, because if you look at slide 14, you see there's a huge spike on collection on arrears. And we're pretty sure that that is directly tied to the first round of the economic impact payments, which were able to be intercepted by 4D programs.
Okay.
So
that's what I was looking for. Thank you, Madam.
Senator Baumgartner, you said.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to start with slides 26. When we look at the column where it says current child support distributed, that is taking the total amount of child support distributed, not the number of cases. So we're talking dollars.
that is, right, and that is the collections for current support performance measure. So slide 11 has that calculation.
Okay, so I just wanted to make sure, we're not talking cases. We're not talking that the percentage is this many percent have been distributed cases. It's just dollar amount.
That is correct. And I believe there was an infographic from the Kansas Payment Center that was provided at the last hearing that has how many dollars flow through the Kansas Payment Center, and that's those distributed. That's not all of the 4D, because that distributed is what that's talking about, is the number of dollars distributed.
And I guess I just point that out because if you're a family that's not receiving anything, that's more crucial than how much money is being distributed to other families. Could we now go to slide 5? Could you share with us, when I look at this, I have to say, we're second in ranking on state PEP. But when I look at that list, I would say that percent of current collections and percentage of arrearage cases would probably be more important to me than successful paternity testing. So when I look in comparison, Nebraska and Iowa, Nebraska is 9th, Iowa is 6th as far as current collections. As far as percent of arrearage, they're 13 and 18. What is it that they're doing that we're not?
I don't know the answer to that.
So within the agency, at any time, when we look at these different rankings, is that a part of the discussion? As far as what we should be doing differently to bring that up in comparison?
Yes, that is part of the discussion as we look at these rankings and we focus on an issue which for us is likely current support collections, is looking to see what other states like us who perform better are doing differently. We've been working to gather the data. We did the Midwest evaluation to really find our comparison states. And so that would be the next phase, is really diving into that. What are they doing differently that we could be doing to improve our federal performance?
So at this point, you don't have any recommendations or any, you can't glean in any way what it is that Nebraska and Iowa, and I say that because they are neighboring states, are doing differently with regard to collections and arrearage?
I have not done an intensive case study of what our surrounding states do differently than us that could possibly work in Kansas.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you, Madam Chair.
You said Iowa, right?
Right, and as far as arrearage, Colorado's 12th, ranked 12th. So we've got 12th, 13th, and 18th.
I do want to point out that Iowa and Missouri are administratively operated states versus Nebraska is a judicial state, and I believe Colorado is as well. So,
thank you.
Vice Chair Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I wanted to look at the columns on slide 26, the federal performance measure baseline. And so there were 5, your very first slide said that there were 5 federal performance measure categories. So the one that's not on that column is the cost effectiveness ratio. And that goes to slide number 6. You gave us a slide, but you didn't put it in those columns. So if you want to comment on that, that would be great. But then my other question is, can we get those raw numbers instead of just a percentage?
okay, I'm sorry, you said slide
Okay.
6? Yes, the cost, if you look at slide 4, that has all of the raw percentages.
No, I'm saying the numbers, like how many dollars are collected and how many dollars are expended, the raw numbers. Not the percentages, but how much money are we talking about?
Yes, we can put that together for you, how much dollars collected versus what the cost of the program was.
Okay, and then just curious why that wasn't included in that slide 26 in those columns, since there were 5 federal measures.
My recollection is that is not something that we track monthly. We just, so I didn't have a graph.
Okay, and then my last question is, you even with Senator Baumgartner's question, you reference a Midwest evaluation. Is that the one done in 1996 that's 25 years old?
No, that was the one that was done in 2019. They were here last time.
Okay. Okay, so that's not the one we heard about in the historical. We've done a different one since then.
Right, DCF contracted out, and so there's a final report.
That's in our packet from last time?
I believe Charday has a reference that she's provided it to all of you.
Okay, great. All right, thank you. So if you could get those numbers, that would be appreciated. Thank you.
Other questions? Senator Baumgardner?
Just wanted to double check. You said that the consultant came in 2019?
Yes, and completed the report in June of 2020.
Okay, but we don't have recommendations yet from that.
Yes, there's lots of recommendations in the report.
But none as far as the rankings, how to improve the rankings.
Well, they have a section on here about performance measure data, and so it's in the, let me take a moment and see if they.
I didn't mean to make us deviate, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
We'll find the report.
Why don't we just go on to the next question for a moment? Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So when you were talking about slide 5, you mentioned that some of the states are administrative and some of them are judicial. Can you run through real quick and tell me again which are judicial and which are administrative? Missouri,
Missouri is administrative.
Oklahoma.
I believe they're judicial. Would have to confirm that one.
Nebraska.
Judicial.
Iowa.
Administrative.
Colorado.
I believe they're judicial as well.
So why did you think that was an important caveat on these rankings?
Well, it's not necessarily important to the rankings, but they are different. They've adopted a different practice. So whereas we file all of ours through the judicial system, they have an administrative process that they have had in place for some time. So it could or could not impact their performance ranking. I just thought it was valuable for you to know that there is that distinction between how we've chosen to operate our programs.
And then, if I remember one of the recommendations by the consultant that you brought in, it was to basically write off some of the arrearages for some of the non-custodial parents. Have any of these states that you're comparing yourself with chosen to write off the arrearages of the non-custodial parent for TANF or whatever?
Every state interprets how to operate their program in their own way, and sometimes those are not necessarily widely available. So I can't answer that if they've chosen to do that at some point in time in the past, or what methodology they've taken.
So you don't know?
So I don't know.
I'm totally opposed to this writing off non-custodial parent obligations, but I also think that it's fair to know if someone else has chosen to do that and you're being chastised because you're not following those rules.
Right, and I usually, just for a matter of clarity, we have some control, and we have adopted programs in the past regarding state owed arrears. So those are any arrears that we established under 39718B for former TANF judgments or that have become assigned permanently to the program. For arrears that are owed to a payee, those have a different set of guidelines, and we have no control over those.
Well, then let me reframe. Have any of these written off the state owed arrears that you know of?
And I don't know that. That would require, I do not know.
I'm opposed to that also, but.
Other questions? All right, thank you. We're pressing up to the lunch hour. I was wondering if Maximus and Young Williams, are you available if we begin your testimony right after lunch? You are? Okay. I think, committee, we will break for lunch and be back here at 1 o'clock sharp, and we'll pick up at that point. All right, we'll call the meeting back to order. Committee members, just when you thought your desk was getting a little messier, we helped with that process. I want to let you know on your desk, you do have the DCF testimony of what Ms. Kahn was reading. And then you also have these two items, has some numbers and payment totals by county. This information came from NCSL, so you might want to take a look at that. And then the Kansas Payment Center, this was distributed by Charday, which one, Maximus? They submitted this. Kansas Payment Center submitted this other piece of information. So you might try to take a look at that if you can. At this time, we'll continue our hearing, and we need to make up a little bit from this morning. We have Rachel Zitlow, Vice President of Workforce Services from Maximus. Thank you for coming back, being with us.
There, it's on. There we go. Okay. Good afternoon. Chairperson McGinn, Vice Chairperson Humphreys, and members of the Joint Committee of the Kansas House and Senate. I'm Rachel Zitlow, Lead Vice President for Maximus, and grateful for the opportunity to return to you today and follow up on some previous testimony that was given. Today I'm going to share with you a little bit about our service delivery approach, which in turn drives program performance. The testimony was distributed. The PowerPoint looks like the one on the screen. I think you have both of those. It's not. Working on the slide here to move it forward. Consistent with what you heard earlier today and this morning that was presented by DCF, we are committed to maintaining a successful and a compliant 4D program for Kansas. Providing exceptional child support enforcement services is critical to performance success for our judicial districts as well as the state at large. We know our strong performance helps dollars go directly into the hands of local families. It also translates into financial incentives for the child support enforcement program at the state and local level, which then can be used to further support program improvements and services for families. We are committed to strong performance. We offer proven processes, effective technologies, and a focus on customer service. We use a very structured approach to our programs. It's based on best practices in general project management. We set up a program that can meet and exceed state and federal performance standards. We are developing and develop standard operating procedures that are carefully reviewed throughout our contract term. We make updates to these procedures as policies, processes, or laws may change. Maximus not only implements programs that meet state and federal requirements, we also make a difference in the lives of the people we serve. We do this hand in hand with our government clients. We know that customer service and engagement drives results. As we do our work day in and day out, it is of utmost importance that we keep our philosophy of service at the forefront. We are here to serve all stakeholders. Those stakeholders include DCF, parents, employers, community partners, and our program creates opportunities and resources for all of our stakeholders. One example of this is an online hiring event that we are planning for parents to be held in mid-January, as well as working with DCF on the development of new materials and engagement strategies for our community resources, second chance organizations, and unmarried expecting parents. When I was with you last time, I mentioned that we bring global experience to bear here in Kansas. And although it's true that we come to Kansas with literally a world of experience, it's only through local perspective and a local voice of our Kansas stakeholders that we will create a delivery model meeting Kansas-specific needs. Through our Center of Health Literacy, we are convening focus groups in our jurisdictions to set a baseline for customer experience. We want to hear exactly from our stakeholders about what's working and what we can do better. We're implementing processes and tools to make engagement simple. While some things we are implementing may be considered innovative technologies, other things might be as simple as streamlined processes. Our statewide mobile app will launch in 2022, giving parents the ability to see the status of their case or cases, modifications, and the ability to seek support through a customer service feature. We're exploring process improvements for those engaged, including a customer experience review during program enrollment. We also know that making engagement simple increases participation and it increases engagement. It's through that lens that we will be implementing our program here in Kansas. It is critical that we positively impact the child support program in Kansas. We aim to be a resource for everyone involved, and we are committed to all parts of the family. We focus on a parent's path to continued success, and we integrate with community resources for support. Meaningfully partnering with parents, resources, and all of our stakeholders will make a positive impact on the entire community. From my perspective, success is measured by more than those federal performance metrics that are very important. But success is about creating an environment in child support that's responsive, communicative, and most importantly, centered on all parts of the family. That concludes my testimony, and I will stand for questions.
Okay, thank you. Committee, do we have any questions? Yes, Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Vice Chair. So are you familiar with Maximus's prior relationships with Kansas as far as prior services to this contract that you provided to the state of Kansas?
I am familiar with, if you're speaking specifically about the call center, this engagement, or?
Well, so one of the things that was alleged in some of the testimony earlier was we've had problems with the providers. Previously, we gave the contracts to the same companies. Can you share with me any perspective about where your role has changed from prior to current? You know, what's different now than it was before?
Mm-hmm. So I was not involved directly with any of the previous engagements with Maximus. I mean, what I can tell you right now is that, we're bringing, this is a new function for us. It's a new contract. We're really excited about some of the changes that we're bringing, and we're really committed to bringing our experience, our background, and really focusing on a path forward.
So what was your prior function?
With
child support enforcement.
What was my prior function?
I'm
Kansas.
Sorry. I'm sorry. What was Maximus's?
Previously, Maximus did operate the Kansas Child Support Call Center. I was not, I didn't work on that contract.
And what do you do now for Kansas?
What do I do now for Kansas?
What does Maximus do now for Kansas?
Okay, I'm sorry. So we oversee the full service functionality for 4 judicial districts. So the child support enforcement, establishment, customer service, and we represent DCF, on behalf of.
So it's a broader services that you're providing now than you did previously?
Correct.
And when you had the call center before, who did you hand off the calls to? I mean, if you didn't handle them, you answered the phone, right? And then what did you do once you got a call?
So my understanding of the previous model was that the calls came into the statewide call center. The agents they first went through through an IVRS, which is a self-service, so they could get some basic information. If it came to call center agents, it then was referred to a specific case manager throughout the state via the call center.
And did the case manager work for Maximus or for another entity?
The case managers worked for another entity.
Okay. So
What's an IVRS?
So interactive voice response system, basically call in what's your zip code? I'm sorry,
I just get
acronyms.
stuck on that stuff.
yeah, I'm just trying to understand whether this allegation that you guys couldn't do it right the first time, why do we think you could do it right now? What's the difference? That's kind of what I'm trying to understand. So now the case managers work for you.
Case managers work for us, very different scope of service, different level of responsibility as it relates to cases like this. So from A to Z.
How many states do you provide equivalent services to, like you're providing for Kansas right now?
Currently, we are providing full-service child support office work in, I believe it's one other state with multiple jurisdictions. We have a history of over 20 years of many states and jurisdictions across the country.
But currently,
Currently, we are operating in Tennessee currently.
Okay, and the other states that you do across the nation, how does your service level, how is it different than Kansas's? I mean, how many other states do you provide child support enforcement in, I guess?
And so specific to full-service child support enforcement, Tennessee's our primary other state that we are operating in. And I think, one of the complexities of child support is that it really varies from state to state, county to county. Some programs are statewide, state-run, some are local, county-run. I think you heard a little bit this morning. There are some that are administrative, judicial. It varies so widely from state to state and county to county how the programs are operated.
And so my last question is, I guess you only do this like one other state, but is there any one thing that you think would be important for us to focus on to improve the services that you provide for our constituents?
From my perspective, I think what's very important as we move forward here in Kansas is collaboration and cooperation between all the entities and all the parties. And that is a real broad look at what we're doing, right? So this is not only about the non-custodial parent or the custodial parent, it's about the community, it's about the court system, it's about DCF, making sure that everyone's engaged and communicating and working together. That's really going to be a successful program when everyone is doing the same thing together.
Thank you.
Vice Chair Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So I'm looking at the title of your, where we are in the agenda, monitoring performance measures. And I really didn't hear very much about how you monitor your performance measures. Could you speak to that a little bit?
Sure. So we use, as I had indicated, we're monitoring those federal performance measures similar to what DCF talked about. There's going to be a variety of things that we're using. For example, the cases system, the state case system. That's where all of our work is documented. Mm-hmm. That's the system of record for the work that we're doing. And from that, really practically, we'll be monitoring reports. We'll be looking at where cases are in the process. We'll be making sure that things are done timely. We'll use QA, quality assurance. So we have a quality assurance team that is set up to review cases and to review the work of our case managers. And that those standard operating procedures that I referenced, that those are being followed to make sure that we are providing the best services in accordance with what the policies and laws say.
Mm-hmm. Yep, and so that all sounds great. And but I really don't agree that success, it was your last sentence, is measured by if you're responsive and communicative. I mean, those are all really important things, but the bottom line is how many of these children are getting the child support that they are entitled to. That's really how we measure success, I think, because isn't that the bottom line of why we're paying you?
Absolutely.
Yeah. And so, to that, my question is, what is your contract? How much is the state paying your company? And out of how much are you, I don't want to make it all about the numbers. We know it's all about people, as we've heard, and we agree, but as legislators and as appropriators, it's our duty to make sure that we're using the taxpayers' money in the most efficient, best way that is actually beneficial to the children and to the families. So that's why I'm asking those questions.
Yeah, and I in terms of your question was how much is the contract? I can follow up and provide you with how the contract is structured and the numbers as it's related to the contract. And I would, I'd also say that a program that has stakeholders engaged, that is working with all of the parties and the parents to be compliant, that is working with all of the parties and parents to really have ease of service and know that this is a great system for everyone, that will translate into meeting federal performance measures as well as getting dollars into the hands of our children and families, which is why we're here.
Mm-hmm. Okay, so that would be great if we found out what your company is doing, and then also your collection rates, as we've kind of talked about a little bit already.
Yeah, so we are 1 month into this contract,
Yep,
and so that is absolutely one of the things that we will be monitoring.
Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. And just to add on to that, I don't mean to speak for you, but it's kind of like if you make 100,000 in sales, your commission is 20,000, right? I mean, if it's 20%. So in looking at what you are contracted for, what percent are we bringing back in to our constituents in those dollars? So just think about that a little bit. I'm going to go to Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Thank you for being here today. I am going to piggyback a little bit on Representative Francis because, this is the second day, and it's been, I don't know, almost 4 weeks since the last hearing. And though I wasn't physically here, I was on WebEx for it. And, the issue of concern about Maximus came up at that meeting. So it is surprising to me that no one is here to really kind of set the record straight as far as the concerns we've heard repeatedly about that RFP process going ahead and being awarded when there were already outstanding concerns. So what does your corporation have to say about how business will be different? And I'm talking specifically about accountability, because your responsibility was very focused as far as handling the call-in center, correct?
Correct.
Okay, so there was a problem with that. So now how is it going to be different now that you're handing over information? It seemed like there was a problem with collaboration before, so now it's an expanded contract. So how is that going to be different? And so we'll start with that question, and then I'll go to some of the others.
Sure. The contract is actually, I might reframe it not as expanded, but completely different. The DCF chose to change the model where it was one call center, and then the calls were sent out to the case managers. So, and my understanding is that model wasn't something that they wanted to move forward with. And so this new model is different than it was previously, where the chosen vendors, Maximus and Young Williams, we will receive calls for our cases and be working directly with no handoffs between, for example, the call center and the case managers. So a bit different. It's a very different scope. It's not the same scope.
Well, actually, it's narrowed, and yet it's not as broad, but it is essentially more deep, where you're still responsible for calls.
Correct. And so I would
And
say,
then the passover, but it will stay within your organization. So explain to us how the issue of the calls and that accountability and that is going to be addressed differently, other than we're just going to send it on to our own and we're not responsible for the whole state.
understood. The way that it's different is really through this one-touch resolution. That's our goal, is that when an individual calls in, we'll be able to answer their questions thoroughly, they won't have to be transferred multiple times. It's something that we'll be able to handle and resolve. We're doing additional training with those individuals, answering the calls, and I believe, and it is our intent, that it will be a more of a one-touch, a one-stop for individuals that are coming through.
Okay, with regard to what you heard earlier, and that was you indicated that, I think you even say it in the document, aligns program initiatives to federal and state measures. So you already heard that testimony and those questions about our state measures are basically what the feds are requiring. But the concern that we have is that it's not just about how many dollars were collected and distributed, but those compared to how many were to be collected and distributed, and really drilling down to how many families are being impacted by the lack of distribution of funds. Also, that time frame. So how many months, how many years have families been going without receiving that distribution? So what do you have in place that's going to be different from the limited information that we've been provided by DCF? And I think it was their words, they provided us with what the federal government requires them to account for. So how are your measures going to be different?
Our measures will align directly with DCF. That is who our contract is with, and we are an entity, here because of DCF.
So is that a part of the RFP? You're only going to have to report on those items such as cases with support orders, statewide paternity establishment, collections and arrears, things like that, not dollar amounts, but just number of cases?
We report on the data that you receive, to my understanding, comes directly from cases, which is the system that we work in. In addition, we have reports that we provide to the state around our call center and our customer service metrics. We can get you the full list of those numbers that we report back to DCF, and it is all outlined in our contract with the state.
My last question, and then I'll make a comment, but my last question, you heard us discuss Nebraska, Iowa, Colorado, so neighboring states that are far more successful as far as percent of current collections and percent of arrearage cases. So are you familiar with those states and why they're performing better than we are?
I can't speak to the specifics of those states, no.
So I guess I'm just a little curious, and this is where I'll get to my comment. You know, I've seen PowerPoint presentations like this. In fact, I've helped, from my marketing background, help businesses and organizations come up with PowerPoints like this, and we refer to them as vague yet hard-hitting. So when I say that, it is very vague. It is very vague. And yet we have hard-hitting statements like changing the narrative, that child support is a supportive program for all. Well, we know we've got a whole lot of families that wouldn't say we're a part of the all. And they want to know, and we want to know, how are they going to be a part of the all? Serve all stakeholders. Legislators are stakeholders. And for the senators on this committee, we represent 70 to 85,000 Kansans. And, you know, we really do need to know how it is that things are going to be different, what you bring to the table as an entity that's been awarded the RFP. So I am concerned. I'm concerned in many ways because I don't know how folks that have been waiting 6 months, 12 months, 18 months, 24 months, 5 and 6 years, how they have a sense that you're going to change the narrative for them. So could you tell us how Maximus is going to change the narrative from them? And so you don't have any idea what the dollar amount is of the contract that Maximus has? As a vice president, you don't know that?
I have a ballpark number in my head. I don't know that it would, I would rather that I get back to you with the exact numbers. I wouldn't want to misspeak and misrepresent something.
Okay, so can you just get back to how it is that you're going to do things differently so that people have a sense of hope?
Yeah, I think one of the first things that we're doing is we are engaging and going to do focus groups in each of our jurisdictions that we're operating. These focus groups will have an opportunity to present back to us benchmarks that they see and where they see how they've been served or not served by the program. That'll be a bottom line for us to start from and an opportunity to develop things and develop processes and procedures that hopefully will improve.
So focus groups, and this, I promise, Madam Chair, this is my last question. Focus groups, we're talking, so it might be now a divorcee that has 3 kids under the age of 10, hasn't received a payment in maybe 18 months. Are those the kinds of folks you're bringing in for focus groups?
We certainly will be bringing in a wide variety of people, a focus group, and the focus group was just an example of one way that perhaps we will be creating that buy-in and the engagement of people to start to build the trust, as you indicated, since we are new here and doing this work here. And the focus group will have to have a wide variety of individuals that are all engaged at different levels in the program.
I want to know how long that's going to take for those, but I promised it was my last question. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions at this time? Yes, Representative Delperding.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Get down. How many call centers do you have?
How many call centers does Maximus have?
Yeah, you talked about the call centers. Is it 1, 2, a dozen, or?
We have, Maximus as a whole has many. I don't have the exact number. I can get back to you with our full call center portfolio.
Okay, because the next I was leading to is how many calls do you get? In other words, is this another thing like we're seeing our Department of Labor? You can call and no response, or what's the wait time? How long does it take to get a call through?
Currently, about 35,000 calls come into the child support call center every month. I can say that when they come through to our jurisdictions, their average wait time is around 2 minutes.
Okay, and I was going to hit and ask if you knew how many lines, but if you're not sure how many call centers, then we don't know how many lines are out there. Simple question, with looking at that slide where easy access and all that is, how do I get a hold of you?
You can get a hold of me personally or get a hold of the call center.
If someone reaches out to me saying, how do I get a hold of them? Is there a number?
There is a number. I don't have the toll-free number off the top of my head. I can get you the toll-free number for the child support call center. Absolutely.
Okay. And then are the call centers, do you know if they're located within the state? You service Kansas and Tennessee, so are they in Tennessee, or are they in Kansas, or are they elsewhere?
This is a specific program for Kansas. We operate it as exclusively individuals who work on Kansas cases, the majority of which actually work here in Topeka.
Okay. Thank you, ma'am.
Other questions? All right, we'll continue. Probably have more questions, though, before we finish. Kelly Lamson, Project Operations, Young Williams. And that is virtual. There you are. Welcome, Kelly, to the committee.
Thank you. Good morning, Madam Chair, Vice Chair, and members of this committee. Thank you very much for allowing me to speak on the topic of child support services and specifically monitoring performance, along with our partnership with the Department of Children and Families and Maximus for a unified Kansas approach. My name is Kelly Lampson, and I oversee Young Williams Child Support Operation in Kansas. I also wanted to take a minute to thank you for accommodating my request to testify virtually this morning. I apologize. I would have preferred to be there in person. Unfortunately, I had surgery last week and have limited mobility at this time, and I was not able to travel to be there with you, so I do apologize. I did provide a short handout in my testimony, and I'll go through that now. I wanted to begin with a brief review of Young Williams' performance under the 4 federal performance standards. Our previous contract started in 2013, September of 2013. October 1st of 2013 was the beginning of federal fiscal year 2014. The charts on the first 2 pages show Young Williams' performance for the 4 federal performance standards that local child support operations can control from the first year of the contract through federal fiscal year 2020, which is the most recent federal fiscal year data that we have available. As you can see in the handout, the paternity establishment percentage was well over 90% when Young Williams' contract in 2013 began, and it remained over 96% throughout the life of the contract. Paternity establishment is important not just for child support, but for a number of other reasons, including extended family, medical history, and federal benefits. Looking at the percentage of cases under order, Young Williams increased the percentage of cases under order by almost 8% points to well over 90% in federal fiscal year 2020. This is a critical performance standard and measure, and it is the first major step to obtaining child support for children and families. Excuse me. If we look at the next page, the percentage of current support paid. Over the previous contract, Young Williams increased the percentage of current support paid by 4 percentage points. Looking at the arrears cases paying, this measure tracks the number of cases with child support arrears that received a payment during the federal fiscal year. Over the life of our contract, this measure increased by 7 percentage points. And over the last federal fiscal year, this increase did include pandemic relief benefits. With our new contract, Young Williams will continue to monitor the federal performance measures on a monthly basis. The report on the following page to the left side of the screen, left side of your handout, is one that we used during our previous contract, and we will continue to use this during our current contract. It allows us to monitor performance as it relates to the federal performance standards. This report identifies the number of new intake referrals we receive for families each month. We look at the number of support orders that we enter for children and families. We look at current collections, the number of cases that receive an arrears payment, and other factors that may impact performance indicators for families in Kansas. Our management team reviews the monthly performance reports on a regular basis to identify trends, and most importantly, to make sure that we are on track to meet the goals that are set by DCF. In addition to this monthly report, we use our Y-Track program, it's an internal software program, to assist child support caseworkers with prioritizing their casework and meeting timeframes. We have built into Y-Track required timeframes set by the federal program, by DCF, as well as our internal expectations for casework and our staff. Managers are able to monitor the caseload to ensure timeframes are met and appropriate casework steps are completed, and they also can identify problems or backlogs if they develop. Rather than relying on each individual caseworker to establish their own method of monitoring their caseload, we standardized this process and used automation to assist our staff in staying current and doing quality casework. Our goal is to provide DCF with transparency into the status of the caseload managed by Young Williams. Y-Track is a system that benefits our team members, but also allows managers and DCF to review the work and see in real time the status of the caseload. Under the current contract, DCF will monitor our performance and may request a corrective action plan if performance standards are not met. In addition, if we don't meet the performance standards in the corrective action plan, DCF may impose liquidated damages until this deficiency is corrected. For the new contract, we will also monitor call center activities on a monthly basis. We will use reports generated by our Genesis phone system, as well as Y-Track to look at call volume, call wait times for parents, call duration, the number of transferred calls, call subjects, and resolution statistics. In addition, our new contract includes a newly formed quality assurance team. This team will monitor the quality of our work and perform internal audits on staff. On a monthly basis, our QA specialist will use CASES, which is the Kansas System of Record, our checklist, and Y-Track to conduct audits of casework. This team will also review call center activities to ensure our customer service representatives are verifying call information, using DCF-approved scripts, and providing thorough and timely answers to parents. Finally, our quality assurance team will respond to DCF self-assessment and case reviews as required by the new contract. The last page of your handout is a look at our YW portal. Young Williams will use the YW portal to share static information with DCF, such as approved operation plan. All reports available to us will be available to DCF, along with dynamic dashboards. The dashboards will include up-to-date information on the implementation of our build-out for our new offices. It will include federal performance data from the Federal Office of Child Support Enforcement. It will include stratification of enforcement cases. DCF will have real-time access to all case statistics, all Young Williams reports, as well as all QA findings and trend reports. Our goal is to be completely transparent and show the work in our caseload. Thank you very much for the opportunity to appear before you today. I will now stand for questions.
Questions for Kelly? Vice Chair Humphreys.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just wanted to check on one thing. You said early on in your testimony that that there were 4 federal performance standards. And then, but we had a report from DCF just before lunch that said there were 5 performance measure categories. The last one was cost effectiveness ratio. And I just wondered, are there 4 or are there 5?
I'm sorry, there are a total of 5. The cost effective ratio is normally tracked by the state. It is not something that we keep track of on a regular basis because it's really dependent on the number of dollars that are spent by the state program statewide compared to the number of collections. But I apologize, there are a total of 5. 4 of them are tracked by Young Williams.
So with those numbers by the state that you just said that the state spends, would that be like to pay you all?
Yes.
Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
Okay. And who do you think, so it seems like you don't have that information. Maybe DCF has information, or maybe that'll be one of the recommendations is that we're able to get that information, unless you think you have it.
I would not have access to the total number of dollars expended by the state for the program. I think include.
But you all, so but you do monitor yourself by the federal guidelines, but just not that 5th one?
We do monitor our federal performance standards. The cost effective ratio is not something that we look at our team members, our staff, our caseworkers. That's not something that we judge their casework performance on, cost effectiveness.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Representative Shannon. Francis. That guy.
Hey, Chairman. Carolyn. Gavel me. Thanks for your testimony. Can you tell me, just so that I'm sure it was in previous testimony at the last meeting, but how your role and the services you provided changed from 2020 to the current contract? Did you guys expand your role, contract your role?
I think it's twofold. The jurisdictions that we managed previously are different than the new contract. We have an additional 6 court jurisdictions that we did not manage previously, and we are not managing Shawnee County and Johnson County in the current contract, whereas we did do work for those 2 counties previously. And then we do have an expanded role in the current contract with the customer service center. We were not involved with the call center previously in Kansas, So that would be an expanded new role for us going forward.
So you, in the earlier deal, your geographic range has changed, but you provided casework under the prior
Yes.
contract. And how many states do you provide, the level of services that you provide in Kansas? How many other states do you provide that in?
We have 12 other states that we provide full service work in. I believe we have 57 offices where we do full service child support work.
So when we're having complaints from constituents about service, you were one of the prior providers that they're complaining about, I would guess, because of the breadth of the services you provided. Well, maybe you don't want to comment on that, but can you tell me the one thing that we can do to increase the service that we're providing our constituents, the one flaw you see in our system currently? Or are we just doing everything grand, even though we're 44th in the nation in collections?
I think there's always areas that we can improve in any state. I think I would definitely agree with the court trustee testimony earlier in that the Kansas child support, statewide child support computer system is difficult. It is challenging for staff. It is very manual, and the implications are broad for how that impacts delivery of services in the program. I do think it would be helpful to look at top performing states to see how their policies or procedures may be different. That may be worth exploring.
Do you guys work in any top performing states? I mean, are you, go ahead.
We do work in Nebraska.
Okay.
Just as I say that because it's been mentioned previously.
Thank you.
Mentioned that they've done a better job. Other questions for Kelly? All right, Kelly, are you going to be able to stay on the line?
Yes, I can.
Okay. And then Rachel, you have a flight to catch anytime soon? Thank you. I have some questions, but I think I'm going to wait until after we allow Harold Shorn to come up. I don't know when he needs to depart. So we'll have Harold Shorn come up and have his recommendations, and then we'll have Elizabeth Cohn come up. And then I have a few questions at that time, so. And Harold, you're a second half in your testimony you gave us, I believe.
Yes, I apologize, I'm not overly prepared for this afternoon, but yeah, a lot of, I think what I said, but I would reiterate this.
Now you got put on that agenda for part 2.
Yes, and I have to apologize. I just recently became aware of the extent of the issues, so once I found out about this, so I got more involved, but I had some other family issues, and maintaining the office does take my time, but I can give you, I think I gave you some opinions, I think, and I echo with what a lot of people are saying it's a computer system, and I know that's always to blame, but I have worked on that computer system, and it is just a mess. I wish you could just start all over with it, but that's just probably a lot of dollars, and I think how I understand it, how to kind of fix it somewhat. I've talked to my sister who's a computer whiz, and she says, yeah, what they're thinking of doing could help it, because I think you're dealing with a mainframe, whatever that means, and it just doesn't work. So we have to fix that, and a lot of time staff is spent on figuring it out, like I mentioned, just getting onto the system, and then knowing exactly where to go in the system. Because again, it's just hard to explain, but it's just multiple screens, multiple things to do, just to do something to basically memorialize what you did in the case. To give you an example, like we just have a simple Word document that says narratives. We put in there chronologically what we did in the case, and that takes seconds. But I can guarantee you putting that same and duplicate that on the case system would not take seconds. So that, if anything, I think that's where you need to start, is to get that fixed, because I don't think you're going to get anything solved. We can talk about privatization, we talked about non-privatization, you got to fix the computer system. I think that's your job. This would be number one thing to do. I think also over lunch, I mean,
Harold,
go ahead. I'm
before
sorry.
you shift gears to another, I just wanted to ask a couple questions on that computer system. I mean, we've got this other little computer problem system that we could just probably add some here and do this one too.
Right.
Help me understand though, who does that system speak to?
It would be only the DCF staff and the contractors. That's the only one who has access to it, and they could generate some reports for performance, but only no one can look at it except DCF contractors can get onto that system or get any look at any information.
So that almost, to me, being such a simple person on a computer, that almost sounds like a software issue. So I was wondering, what I was concerned is, you know, you get the silos, as you have them in the health industry and everything else, and then you got to encrypt and do all kinds of crazy things just to get in. Does it have to be a system such as that, or can it just be a new software that you get to talk to DCF and so do the contractors?
I think that would be great, but I think we have the feds involved in IRS issues because there's a lot of confidential information on that system. You're talking about everyone's social security numbers of all the parties, their date of births, the social security numbers of all the children and their date of births. So you have a lot of confidential information on that system that you have to be careful, but I think you can possibly maneuver around that information if you just need because a lot of times we just need, the court trustees just need information as, okay, DCF, why did you close down this case? We don't know why, and we just have to look at the court records. They could maybe somehow just be as simple as, you know, if it's green, that means you can get involved in the case, and if it's red, it means maybe the children were adopted out and no one needs to do any further enforcement. But a lot of times with the issues of wanting information from the system is they'll close down the case and we get that information from KPC. KPC tells us it's not our case and no longer a DCF case. That's how we find out. But we don't know, why did they close it? And it could be, well, the children were adopted out and it needs to be closed, or they have more availability or ways to close the case for multiple reasons, and we don't know what those reasons are. And I, as a responsibility in the 9th Judicial District, any support order that's there, that's filed, I have to enforce it. So then I have my staff figure out from the court record best we can, or reaching out to the parties if we have a current address to find out why is this case closed.
So what I need, Chardell, note to you, get with computer services. I want to find out if this is a confidential software issue that can be rectified, or is this like, you know, some of you guys don't remember, but we didn't used to have computers, and then we used to have, what was it, not Word Perfect, and we could never change because of what was at the foundation of our system. And what I want to understand, is this a foundational problem in a computer system, or is this, we just need some very confidential, secured software so everybody can talk. So I just needed to understand that. So now you can move on to your next issue. Thank you.
And I think, I think private, keep on saying is try to keep the two programs is what I'm trying to keep across. And I'm always open to other suggestions. I'm not saying that's perfect, but I think we have a track record here, and I think two programs can work together. And I think also there needs to be, I think it's been discussed, is have more communication between the different providers and the different stakeholders. And I would, think that would be a good issue that we could, you need to stress to us that we do need to maybe meet monthly or quarterly, or just, because we used to have an association of all, it was called the Kansas Child Support Enforcement Association, and DCF, and trustees and attorneys that were involved in domestic relations. We would have conventions or meetings together, and we would collaborate and discuss things. And that's not in existence anymore. And I think maybe we need to go back to that, to have more of a roundtable discussions or more communication between the different, and I think that could help a lot of things too if we communicated better with
And
each
then
other.
to be clear on that, you say we need to keep the two programs together, so
I
that
mean, we need to have two programs is what I.
you want to keep two separate programs, non-4D and 4D.
Yes, I believe.
And you want them separate. And
Well, they can be separate, meaning you have, we're following the statute that my main boss would be my district court trustee, but we would do a lot of things that are in common and we could work together. Because it did happen when we were both, we were a contractor, and it did work, and we were working together, but we were under the contract. So,
so at one time, though, you did both.
correct.
But you're saying you're okay now doing just non-4D and working with,
I can do both ways. I'm saying there's, I've had 8 years of separation, this is, I like that, but if it's for the betterment of the good, I'll go back to the old way, because it did work when we were contractor. But the contracts, though, what is different now is establishment is required, and we just don't have that expertise. I'll be honest with you, but I have an expertise in enforcement and modification.
so I guess my concern, though, is if you were able to do both, because I remember, I think it was Carl Wheeler that was here, I think he was the one, I'm not sure, at our last meeting that said, once it gets to an out-of-state case, they don't have the tools that DCS has to do. Would you need a change in statute to have the tools, or what would have to take place for you to be able to go out of state?
As a non-40 contractor, I probably be statutory, something that could be done to allow us to be a part of those compacts that allow the 40 programs to do that. Yes.
Okay, thank you.
I mean, it's something we have experience in, and it is a process, but it's more streamlined with the 40 program, and yeah, that might be a way to fix that problem.
Okay, thank you. Yes, Representative Francis.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So, one of the things that frustrates me is the silos, like the chairwoman mentioned. Our constituents, when they have a child support issue, they don't understand why I fill all my stuff out with you, and then I can't get the person to pay their deal, and then I have to find all that stuff that I did 10 years ago and give it to the state again. I mean, they just can't I can't wrap my mind around it, honestly. But, so are you in favor of if we go the software design thing, where you enter your case into this deal, and we can make this seamless for our constituents, as they're going through the system? I mean, that's the problem that I see. I still think that some of these problems happen because we've got a non-custodial parent that's trying to get out of paying anything they can, and the custodial parent's the one that has to pay the price as they're trying to make things work. So can a system be developed where you guys start out at one point, understanding that you're not going to get all the information that's going to be needed if it goes if it goes 4D later on, but at least they don't have to find the birth certificates of their kids.
Right.
They don't have to find the social security numbers and all of those things. It can go seamlessly, and then the contractor can ask for more information if they need it.
I don't see any problem with it. I don't see any problem with that, because I don't like, we go to different portals for medical stuff. You have different things. You're always re-entering stuff.
How are we going to get these private attorneys that are providing this service for some of our districts to comply with that? Is it just going to be a requirement for them to do the work?
Probably so, and I don't know there's that many out there. I mean, it could be wrong, but there are not too many private attorneys that would do any enforcement or modifications. Well, but I take that back. In Sedgwick County, they do a lot of modifications, but yes, I would have them comply with the same.
Do you have any idea of what percentage of your cases migrate from non-4D to 4D?
That is something I don't track too well, but
Is it a 5% number, or is it a 60% number, or,
Well, what is hard to track is that they go back and forth, you see. I think in 2015, when they made what they call mandatory, where you have to sign up for DCF or 40 programs, they included food stamps. we would see more cases then go to, we would lose cases because people would sign back and forth then. They get off food stamps, and then we try to make it as easy as possible because they would call our office because we says, well, here you just need to fill out, just say you want to close the case out with DCF and come with us. And they just sign a form, and then we would get DCF to close their case. We take it over once they got off food stamps. So it is, they go back and forth many times during the.
Do they have to fill out a bunch of information when they come back to your system?
No, we have it all, right? We have it all in place normally. Yeah, if we had the case originally, we close down a file, put in a closed file, but once we get it, we just reopen it and have all that information.
So help me understand one other thing. So I get divorced from my lovely wife in Seward County, and I run off to Texas, and she winds up on child support. So it goes to 4D. So I come back to Kansas, start paying my child support, and she goes off of TANF, but now she lives in Sedgwick County.
Mm-hmm.
Does she have to reestablish in Sedgwick County, or does she reestablish in Seward County?
Well, probably is wherever the order is filed, which she could transfer the case to Sedgwick County and then get that. But she would, and that's somewhat easier changing venue within the state. You just, if parties can agree, and if no one is living in that county, the courts are going to transfer the case pretty easily to the county where somebody is living. Yes.
We have a statewide system for some of this stuff as people move back and forth. If we don't make it an abomination like we do on occasion, it might ease that process also.
Say that again, I'm sorry.
Well, so I get divorced in Seward County. We need to move it to Sedgwick County for some reason. I assume Sedgwick County is going to want her to fill out a whole bunch of information.
No, because usually a lot of that information is in the court system, and then the court system has those records and shipped it to the Sedgwick County, and then we would have access to that information in the court system. Because a lot of times there are KPC sheets, we call them, that has a lot of social security numbers and whatnot, and sometimes that follows the cases, and that is held in confidentiality in the case file, but the courts can allow the court trustee to review that, to get that information. So it's not normally a lot of paperwork to get it reestablished with the court trustee's office. If there's.
Is it just as simple to transfer the case to DCF?
That, then they have to sign up, I think with Elizabeth, she showed you the form, they need an application to fill out to get onto the services, whatever form. And I think that's all online, they can do it online to fill out that application.
Other questions for Mr. Shorn? All right, thank you for being here today. We really appreciate it.
All right.
Thank you for bringing some of your colleagues.
Okay.
Next, we have Elizabeth Cohn, DCF, Child Support Services, 4D Director, Department of Children and Families.
Is my PowerPoint ready? Yeah, I saw it on the computer. I just. So where do I aim it? Okay. Chair McGinn, Vice Chair Humphreys, and members of the committee, good afternoon. Thank you for inviting me to testify today regarding the opportunities to change the child support system within Kansas. The Midwest Evaluation Report evaluated some areas that may benefit from some systematic changes. Some of the changes CSS has undertaken and shared in previous testimonies, such as the replatforming effort that is currently underway, as well as incorporating the call center functionality into the full service contract. Today, we would like to draw your attention to 8 other items that were mentioned as possible areas to explore. First, the availability of 4D services. 4D services are available in every judicial district in Kansas. However, the services are currently contracted and changes were made to the contract to address customer service needs. In addition, one of the items that the contractors were aware of when bidding was the expectation to bring a focus to improving the entire Kansas program. The current split in caseload gives each vendor roughly half of the state, but each of their caseloads is similar for each contractor. We hope this will allow them to use their skills in a more targeted but holistic manner. In addition, the 2 current contractors are corporations who bring with them divisions that are fully focused on 4D operations, so there's a wealth of knowledge that will assist in shaping performance for the Kansas program. As the report highlighted, there are 3 separate processes to access child support services in Kansas. To add further complexity is that the 4D program is a nationwide program and utilizes standardization where possible, especially in interstate cases or communication with employers. One example of this is a standardized income withholding order and/or notice of income withholding. Employers appreciate and expect to see the standardized form. Often the payroll management systems are programmed for the fields in this form. Technology upgrades. The 4D program has a case management system, CASES, that is used statewide and allows for child support professionals to manage distribution and disbursement, including arrears calculations. Our 4D CASES is a federal requirement, and it has been in existence since 2000, and it was certified in 2002. So our system has to be certified by the federal government, and they're with us every step of the way if we want to make massive changes like with our replatforming effort. I believe there were some questions earlier about why it took so long to get from 2013 to 2021. We start with a feasibility study. All of that, we go through the Office of Information and Technology Services who are with us. It has to be approved. We went a different direction last year, and we chose to go with replatforming because we could do that much faster and for a lower price than the original feasibility wanted to transfer a system to Kansas from Delaware that had older code than we currently had, and it would have been a 10-year project to transfer that system once we started at a much increased price tag. So we're hopeful that by starting with replatforming, changing the code, then we can make our certified system improved at a much faster rate at a lower cost. And that program is only available to the 4D program because of how it's funded. It's funded, I mean, we have a federal match with the federal, they pay for part of our operations in our budget, and that's why it stays within the 4D system. Our case management system does. So we have a 4D system modernization project, as I just referenced, but as it further develops, we will need to address distribution, and that will impact the non-4D caseload. The distribution is out of compliance with KSA 23-3123. The testimony before this committee has focused heavily on the 4D performance measures, but the question to consider is, are those meaningful to you and participants in the program? The metrics have been in place for 20 years, but do not seem to translate well beyond the 4D community. Therefore, are there metrics that can be put in place to evaluate the effectiveness of both non-4D and 4D in Kansas? Some possible points of comparison between court trustees and the 4D enforcement may be the following: length of time for a modification from first request to actual filed order, identification of count of caseload in categories such as paid within last 12 months, paid within 24 months, paid within 60 months, have never paid. Count of types of payers: full-time employed, part-time employed, self-employed, not employed, incarcerated in excess of 180 days, disabled, retired, other. Midwest Evaluation gave us some recommendations for the child support system. One recommendation was to refer non-4D cases into the 4D system. Alternatively, the court trustees could be expanded to be in all 31 judicial districts. We do know that almost 1 in 4 cases is not served by a child support professional in either a court trustee or 4D office. A second recommendation was to modernize the funding of the child support system. I recommend the Child Support Enforcement Program Basics that was created by the Office of Congressional Research Services in July 2019 as a resource, and there they identified that there are 5 ways to fund a child support system. You can self-fund, or you can use 4D funding, which the Kansas 4D program has a maintenance of effort of $10.3 million. It's actually $10,388,624. This is the minimum of approved expenses that must be spent on the 4D program. Our share of 34% is then matched. On October 1st, 2021, the new full-service contracts rolled out. This was a rebid of contracts that were first privatized in September 2013. Young Williams and Maximus are the 2 contractors and absorbed the call center, which used to be a separate contract. From the years 2013 through 2020, the privatized contracts used about 350 staff. These privatized contracts are budgeted at $19.94 million for the upcoming state fiscal year 2023. These contracts represent 62% of the total of $31.96 million CSS budget. The CSS budget includes state staff, OOE, and several other contracts that support the entire child support program for Kansas. Examples of other contracts that would remain after deprivatization include the Kansas Payment Center, CADL, New Hires, Process Serves, and Office of Judicial Administration. Almost all costs for CSS, including these contracts, are split 66% federal and 34% state. The federal participation percentage would stay the same regardless if they were in-house or privatized. It is estimated by the DCF budget that the expected cost to contract or return the work to state staff are likely about the same.
Elizabeth, could we I don't know if your gal's back there, that gave the thumbs up, but what you just shared in that slide, could we have that?
Our budget?
Yeah.
Or
what you just read was not in this slide.
it's in the verbal testimony.
Oh, and one of the ones you already handed out.
The one you got this afternoon.
All right, thank you.
It's on top of page 4.
All right, you can continue.
Okay. Distribution is the child support that is sent out to 4D families. Currently, there are 2 options available, PRORA or DRA. DRA is the Deficit Reduction Act of 2005, and we spoke about PRORA earlier. PRORA is the model currently used in Kansas and dates back to 1996. It is heavily weighted towards cost recovery. The last meeting had a question about pass-through, and it is from PRORA. Any changes to pass-through would impact both child support and TANF programs. DRA is the second model, which came available in 2005 but has not been adopted by many states. One remarkable change that 4D saw in the differences was the economic impact payments of 2020 that were subject to federal offset. States with DRA in place flowed those payments directly to families. States with PRORA reduced their arrears. Any changes to the distribution policy and procedure would have an impact on the 4D program budget and would require cases changes. However, distribution is something that we will be changing during our system modernization project to be in compliance with KSA 23-3123. Another systematic change would be to maximize the use of administrative processes. There are some administrative hearings, usually around driver's licenses and debt set-off, but all parentage and support orders are set through the judicial system. Some initial questions to delve into are what does this look like when a family switches between 4D and non-4D, as well as resource availability or impact within the judicial branch and or the administrative hearing office. In our OCSE region, we have a mix of processes. Nebraska and Kansas identify as judicial, Missouri and Iowa identifies both judicial and administrative. However, Missouri and Iowa are recognized as administrative for 4D program operations. Their rankings on slide 5 of the earlier presentation shows the overall program rankings are Iowa 12th, Nebraska 17th, Kansas 21, and Missouri 26. We welcome the opportunity to further engage with you on discussions that will change and improve child support services and collections for all Kansas families. Our top 3 recommendations of where to begin would be the following. Identify meaningful performance metrics for the 4D and non-4D programs. This change would help families identify which program may better serve their needs. 2, ensure that every family is able to access a child support professional. This may occur through expanding the court trustee program to all judicial districts in Kansas, or it could be finding how to enroll the non-4D cases that are not currently in the 4D program easily and automatically. 3rd, investigate distribution and long-term funding to determine if now is the right time to make meaningful changes for Kansas families. Distribution must be addressed through the 4D system modernization project, and there is a second option to consider that did not exist when the 4D case management system was originally certified. Thank you for the opportunity to share. Thank you for this opportunity to share the opportunities we see for the Kansas child support system. I'll stand for questions.
Questions for Elizabeth? Senator Baumgardner.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Elizabeth, I'm looking on page 4 of your written testimony. So we're really, it's going to be 2 paragraphs above where you started that list, where you're talking about administrative hearings usually around driver's licenses and debt set-off. So could you explain really what you mean by that?
Sure. We do currently use the administrative hearing office for a couple processes. One of them is debt set-off. If they think the program has incorrectly set off their debt through the federal or state office, they can file a request to have their case reviewed. And the purpose of that is we have to prove that they did in fact owe the arrears and that the process did work as it was supposed to. And it's not an opportunity for them to recalculate their child support or anything. And it's simply an opportunity to say, yes, they owe arrears. No, they do not owe arrears that were eligible for set off. Driver's license in Kansas, we do not suspend driver's license for failure to pay your child support. We do restrict them. And so they can file an objection to that restriction, and that goes through that office as well.
So I guess I'm not understanding how you state another systematic change would be to maximize the use of administrative processes. So how would we maximize those?
Well, that would be if you wanted to change the process from the judicial process and make it an administrative process like in Iowa or Missouri. So to do away with how we establish child support orders and parentage through the court system and do them through the administrative hearing office instead.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Other questions for Elizabeth? All right, I have a few, Elizabeth.
Okay.
Just, again, I'm trying to walk through and understand this process. So I want to go back to the basics of this morning. And then a comment that I think it was Representative Delperdang made. First, you start where Representative Delperdang, he made the comment, how do I get a hold of Maximus, Williams, Young Williams. See, I get those mixed up. And then, or DCF.
Okay.
So I decided to go to the website, and I went to I had a hard time getting to your site, but I just kept drilling down, and I finally got to it. And I'm looking at it, and it's got program services, enroll. I don't see this form anywhere. Maybe if I kept drilling down, I could. I don't see, under your partners, you've got the courts. But I guess contractors would have to go through you anyway because they change over time.
Right. DCF is the official 4D agency, and we contract out those services. And so the full operation. So we, and our website is the official website. You do have to drill down through our website to get to the enrollment form. If you look on this brochure that I provided to you, it's on the back, and it does have the exact address to get to the enrollment form, and it's not easy to type that all in, but that is where it's currently located. And then the main child support services website, or where to start on the DCF, is also listed there. And to answer the earlier question about how to get a hold of child support, anyone can call our 1-888-757-2445, and that will get you to either we'll get you to our main call center, and then through the automated line, you can either get to Maximus or Young Williams, and that's a change under this contract. If you want to get a hold of, if you need to call into CSS administration, I believe our number's on the website. That is not a main contact because we're not case service providers.
Okay, well, let's walk through this just a little bit. We could take a journey here. We'll just say I didn't get through high school. Some may believe that. And single mom, just got a divorce. Maybe I would get this through the courts as a divorce, but where do I go?
Sure.
Where do I start?
So if you're someone who just recently was divorced, you could call 188, call our call center, and we will mail this enrollment form out to you.
How do I get that number? I don't even know who you are. That's what I'm saying.
Yes.
What services around our communities are available so people know where to get something like this?
Well, historically, people walk into the DCF office, and we have enrollment forms, and our old handbook is there. This new brochure that we came up with will be available in the DCF offices to help them so that they hopefully have easy access to pick it up, as well as we're planning to distribute that to other areas in the community that will allow us to put the brochures there.
Because we closed a lot of our DCS offices over the years, so, I mean.
Right.
Yeah, so not everybody has one. So let's say I get there and I get this form. And I do my best to fill it out. I haven't gone through every bit of it. I give it to the DCF office, or can I mail it in?
You can mail it in, or you can scan and email it in. The most important part that we need from you is a signature on the back page that you're signing up, enrolling for our services. If the form is not completely filled out, someone from child support should call you back and walk through the enrollment form with you and gather the information that was left blank.
Okay, so do you have some timeline goals to where
yes,
this has been in my inbox for a couple weeks and I still haven't looked at it?
Right, so we have a couple different things. We cannot track when someone's going to return an completed enrollment form to us, but we do log in our system if someone calls up and asks for one to be sent to them. So a case is not a case, but we log that information so that when it comes back, we have connected those dots. But when a completed enrollment form ends up in our email, they have 20 days to process that enrollment application and get a case started.
So I think from our conferee that we heard last time, there was just a lot of dead time. Nobody called back. No.
Right, and that's why we changed the call center model.
Okay.
So now if that mom calls in and she finds our 800 number, if she calls in and she should speak to a person in her judicial district, so if she's in Sedgwick County, for example, when she calls at our 800 number, she should speak to a Maximus caseworker who can walk her through the steps, tell her to come into their to the Maximus office where it is. Or if she's in Seward County, which is southwest Kansas, and that's serviced by Young Williams, she calls the call center. They're going to be able to tell her when she speaks to the Young Williams person, mail, email. And we've added a requirement that they visit all communities that have a DCF office on a regular basis. So I believe there's a DCF office in Liberal, so they could tell them, someone will be in Liberal on X date, so if they need to speak to someone in person, they can schedule an appointment. I believe Young Williams is also doing virtual calls if that time doesn't work for them, or they would prefer to do it by a virtual, and they'll schedule that with a caseworker and allow them to speak with them. So we really tried to change that model to connect with people and took advantage of this new virtual world that we're in.
So does your office have any kind of timeline matrices as to, we've beat up on the Department of Labor for a couple of years now, but I look at their reports, they're still struggling. But they send us a report that says average speed to answer, unique callers, calls abandoned, and that kind of thing. I'm just curious, do you have a way to measure, so whether it's Maximus, whether it's DCF, that I got this last week, and for some reason, it's still sitting in my office and it's not going anywhere? Do we have cases that get stuck?
The measurement that my office is looking at is, are they opening that case within the 20 days? So we know the date that the application was received, and then we're looking to see, was it worked in that 20-day timeframe?
Do you have a process in place
We
right
do.
now, and you know exactly how many are not getting looked at?
Well,
or being addressed?
We do have a process in place. October was a challenging month to make sure that connectivity was in place. And so in January, we will be having a meeting with our contractors to go over what happened in November and December and how those cases were worked and how timely or not timely they were. And then for the call center, I referenced earlier, they do have a monthly report that they are supposed to supply that tells their call center metrics.
So this person will get a call back in 20 days?
No. This person should talk to, if they call, they should be able to talk to anyone at any time about their case, and they should be able to tell them where it is in the queue. My office at CSS Administration is simply, we're looking at the numbers. If they call that call center number, when they speak with a Young Williams employee, the Young Williams employee should be able to say, yes, we received your application. If you mailed it, or if they mailed it, they can say, yes, we got it. No, we haven't gotten it yet, and confirm how they transmitted it to them. If they emailed it to them, then they should know that they received it by email and where it is in the queue to be worked.
Changing topics just a little bit. Did you say that earlier this morning that you have not looked at, when we were looking at the state chart and the percentages of success, that you have not looked at what they do to be successful?
I have not had the opportunity to do a deep dive into do a state-by-state comparison of what Kansas does differently to say Nebraska. How do our procedures line up line by line to look at them? No, I have not done that.
Does your office ever look at what are success models in other states?
We do on a broad spectrum. We recently, in the last 3 years, we redid our policy manual. That was step one. So we have brought our policy manual and it's available public. Last year, we worked on our procedure manual. And so then phase 3 of that would be to look at a state as a comparison to what states are doing well in this topic and see if we can make those tweaks in our own procedure.
And I'm sure, and I haven't looked, but I'm sure CSG and NCSL would have a lot of good best practices from those other states.
Well, no, they have, they capture the more legislative view. A lot of states do have their policy manuals online, or we have a 4D directors group that I work with other 4D directors to reach out to them and discuss personally what's going on in their state. So we have that network.
Okay, well, I could say more, but I'm going to stop for a minute, see if anybody else has any other questions. Yes, Representative Francis.
When you were running through that stuff, I thought you said something about you can't make the 4D system available to the non-4D contractors because of the federal funding. Is that right?
That is my understanding, because it's part of our, it's part of the federal funding. I would need to do more research to confirm that, but that is my initial understanding, is that that is our 4D system and is to be used only for 4D work.
You know, I just personally think we have some broader issues here. I mean, we're changing systems, so we don't know what the new system's going to look like, but I also believe from what I've heard that there's this problem when we transfer from non-4D to 4D, they kind of get lost in the shuffle. And I know when my wife buys something from Amazon, I never buy anything from Amazon. Wait, I can't even admit to that, from Walmart online. I don't have to go out and refill my stuff out every time that I go in there. And even though we may have these arbitrary distinctions between our local judicial districts and our state government, I don't think our constituents look at it that way. I mean, I think we need to find a way so that as seamless as these people are going through these problems as possible. One shot. Yeah.
Right, and I don't disagree with that. I think Harold had an excellent point, and we need to investigate that communication for back to, you know, what can we share with the court trustees as to why we closed a case. We looked into that a little bit, and we were told that we could not share the details, but maybe we can find a creative solution as to figure out a solution for that.
Because we're all state government.
I know.
We're not.
Right, and we're all partners in this child support program together. We serve different communities, but we are partners. Unfortunately, for the 4D program, it is a federal requirement that you fill out an application every time you come to child support services. So when and that's a federal regulation. So when they leave the non-4D program, they do have to recomplete the application. We do have their case on our system, so we just have to reopen it. But unfortunately, we can't get around the paperwork to do that.
We can pre-fill, though. Can't you have their name typed in there, the social security numbers, the birth dates of their kids, and they confirm the accuracy of that information?
With technology, we can do anything.
I mean, we expect those things nowadays, and it saved time for everybody, I think, in the long run.
I don't disagree. I mean, we just have to figure out the technological solution to do that. You know, we have a pre-fill, I mean, we do have an Adobe form that you know, you can fill in, but we at this point in time, we don't have a way to electronically sign the form and make it all electronic. You still do have to print and attach your signature.
Like going to carry out, you just tell them your telephone number and they know everything about you.
Yes, maybe one day we'll get to that.
Yeah. I think we're gonna, did you have a question, Senator? Because you'll get another shot at it, but go ahead.
Just wanted to clarify, so they would go to a DCF office to fill out the CSS enrollment form.
They could.
But then they would need to either go to a Maximus office or a Young Williams office?
No, they can mail it in. We have, you can mail it in, or you can email it in. We have a CSS customer email address that they can email it into, the scanned copy into us. They can email it in. We will mail it out to them if they call us up, so they never really have to step foot into any office. We can mail it out to them, and they can return it by mail to us or by email. Or they could go to a DCF office and pick it up.
But you mentioned Young Williams and Maximus offices. What is at those offices?
Well, they also have standalone offices, and so you can walk into a child support office. They have, and as under the new contract, we put that they had to have them in certain population centers. And so they have offices in those locations. And then in addition to that, they also had to make arrangements to at least once a month visit any location that had a DCF office. Any city that currently has a DCF office of some size in it.
So I guess just following in part of what our chair was saying, you know, one phone number, one location, but so is the Maximus and Young Williams office, are they identified as Kansas Child Services Support, or how are they identified?
When they answer the phone, they say Kansas Child Support Services, and they are tied into Kansas Child Support Services, and then I believe they do have their own branding as well, so they're kind of dual identified.
You had mentioned that that wait time, you were going to address that after 3 months as far as the response time with the contractors?
You mean the intake, or the starting the new cases? Yes, that's one of the metrics we will be reviewing in January with them, as to how quickly did they open the cases within the 20 days.
So are there clawbacks for that?
We will have, if there is an issue, there can be a corrective action plan in place.
Does that include some type of financial clawback?
I would have to re-review the clause.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
All right, we're going to take about a 7 to 8 minute break and then come back and focus on what we might recommend.
Yeah, the judge gives them right then.
Well, if there's any question, yeah.
Or they give them your card, right? You give your card to the courthouse.
Well, a little bit of it, the local guys. Hurry up. Most, yeah, so they'll give you
There shouldn't be any lag from done for the of course, I will know about it. You get a notice to sign off. They should be up for
If it comes from our office, everything's on their own. Right. So they can get everything except the signature. They have everything they need.
And really, we do it right. That's what we get from
And what they work.
got out. He signed experience has been after first month. And if you come back
And then your collections really are really good. Depending on what kind of judge you are. You can file as contempt. But if you don't have a judge that's going to, I'm going to do this if you don't. They learn that, or there's going to be a big
sit down, because I said, I'm not coming to visit.
See what comes.
There's so much information. They don't have certain
So on these numbers, do you have a good feel for, on the non-40 side, your county, how many are current payments and how much were arrearages?
Oh, I know what they're showing us there.
Well, I don't think it, I don't know it, I know it doesn't spell it out there, it's just giving you total, but, because I know, because if I remember, the total number was about 100 90 million on the 4D side, and about 130 million was current, and about 60 million were rearages.
I don't know that any trustee tracks that. I mean, if you look at Shawnee County, for example, where I'm at, the 4D office, with 6,200 cases, collected $12 million. In 2019, I had under 2,000 and collected 88. So, I mean, that,
I know the class, you know,
obviously,
disparity.
but there are other things that we do that DCF doesn't. Because I have a relationship with the judges. When they leave on a divorce or paternity, they have my information. I have a brochure that they give saying, this is who is going to be doing X, Y, and Z. And so I then get the order, I load it, and I send them the letter. Saying, here we are, if you have any questions, contact us. They don't have to fill out anything else.
Yeah, we have what we call a new letter, same thing.
There's no application whatsoever.
Well, Shawnee County has a family court,